topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board (CMB) was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment in addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for Souq News.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. This unofficial love and power.
Hello, good morning and welcome to today's edition of the Front Burners. Today is International Day of Education with the theme AI and Education. We're talking extensively about it today as we commemorate the 2025 edition of International Day of Education. I'm Blessing Aichi. My guys, my gentlemen are in the studio with me this morning. This is my guy. I like the way you look. Priya Krumali, good morning.
Good morning, Blessing. Thank God it's Friday. Good morning,
Oh,
Doc.
yes, and Doc, good morning.
I'm here again to see the fire and the flame burning from that end.
Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes. But we need to tell him that please keep the fire down. But if you keep the fire down, how then would you know that you are watching the Front Burners? So light it up, man. Dr. Dawson Samuel says, good to see you. I was hoping you'll be rocking, something like what you had on Friday, the denim. I wanted to, I've been asking you, please cut soap for me. And now it's like you want me to fly solo.
I need to know something about this soap thing.
Well, maybe Evelyn Oyole will tell us more about it as she brings us something you don't want to miss. Hello, Evelyn. What's up?
Good morning, Blessing. Talking about the soap, it seems that you and Krumale Oyepriye are really the ones using the soap right now. Doc, don't worry. We definitely will have a meeting after this. My name is Evelyn Ohiole, and this is something you do not want to miss. It's Friday, free day, fun day, yay day, and that's why I love Friday, because you can play with that particular word. And also, it leads us to the weekend. We're in the weekend already, by the way. And it's January 24. It's a day set aside to celebrate the International Day of Education as established by the United Nations General Assembly. And for this morning, we'll be checking out the latest universities rankings in Africa. South Africa, Egypt, and Morocco are the leading countries in the African continent with the best ranked universities in the world, according to Times Higher Education THE 2025 rankings. 3 South African universities took the lead. That's the University of Cape Town in South Africa, is the highest ranked university in the continent, #1 in Africa and 180 in the World University Rankings 2025. Stellenbosch University came right behind. The University of Witwatersrand, also known as Wits University, also make the top 10. Mohammed VI Polytechnic University in Morocco is the only Moroccan university in the top 10 ranked university in Africa. Other notable mentions include Mohammed VI, which I've mentioned before, the University of Johannesburg, South Africa, Egypt-Japan University for Science and Technology, Egypt, that's the highest ranked Egyptian university in 2025. The American University in Cairo, Future University in Egypt, and Kafar El-Sheikh University. Sadly, no Nigerian university made it to the top 10. However, Ahmadu Bello University Zaria is ranked number 20 in Africa. Let's hope Nigeria's universities will step up their game and make it to the top rankings soon. My second story for this morning, the WTO chief has warned against catastrophic tit-for-tat tariff. The Director General of the World Trade Organization, Okonjo-Iweala, is sounding the alarm, urging nations to keep calm over tariffs. She's warning that a tit-for-tat trade war would be catastrophic for the world economy. Imagine a global economic crisis worse than the Great Depression. Okonjo-Iweala recalled the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act in 1930, which led to retaliation and made things worse. She's advising countries to take a deep breath and not retaliate hastily. Quoting the former Nigerian Minister of Finance, she says, "We are very much saying to our members at the WTO, you have other avenues. Even if a tariff is levied, please keep calm. Don't wake up and without the necessary groundwork, levy your own," end of quote. Now, here's the thing. If countries start imposing tariffs left, right, and center, we are looking at double-digit global GDP losses. That's a recipe for disaster, if you ask me. And Okonjo-Iweala is urging nations to explore other avenues and not resort to tariffs. Let's hope countries take her advice and keep calm. The last thing we need now is a global trade war. So my next and last story this morning, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, projected a major comeback for the Naira, with exchange rates potentially dropping to 1,300 Naira per US dollar by 2025. This optimistic forecast is based on increased foreign exchange earnings from crude oil sales, improved manufacturing, and better agricultural productivity. Here are the key highlights from the NESG's 2025 economic outlook. Real GDP growth expected to soar to 5.5% in 2025 if comprehensive stabilization reforms are implemented. Inflation is projected to decline significantly to 24.7% in 2025, reflecting improved macroeconomic stability. Exchange rate, predicted to appreciate to 1,300 Naira per US dollar by 2025, assuming effective coordination between fiscal and monetary policies. These projections are promising, but it is essential to note that they rely on Nigeria adhering to an optimal stabilization pathway. Let's keep our fingers crossed and note that the country stays on track. And that's all I have for you on something you do not want to miss. But there is another thing you should not miss, and that is insight from what made the headlines, and that will be done by the three musketeers, like I call them, Doc, Blessing, and Oyempriye. I am Evelyn Ohiole. Stick with us.
There's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the
Right, after something you do not want to miss, presented by Even Oyele, let's take a look at one of the stories that she brought to us, which is the universities ranking in Africa. Universities in Africa have been ranked by Times Higher Education, which provides coverage, global coverage for education. So in that list, no Nigerian university made top 10, but we had countries like South Africa, Egypt, Morocco in that list. I'm going to ask my gentlemen here and also speak to it. What happened? Why didn't we find any Nigerian university in that list, in the top 10? And we had to find Ahmadu Bello University, number 20. We do not know exactly the criteria for which that ranking was done, but if some universities in Africa made the list, then I think at least a Nigerian university should have made the list.
Well, I think It's quite unfortunate that we are falling really so low in terms of our education ranking. This is where, when Nigeria was the bride of all nations, and Europeans, Indians, Asians were coming to our shores to learn because the standard was high. But today, we can but say it without research, looking at all the products that you get off the system, that the standard of education in Nigeria has fallen real below bed. Now, you ask about the indicators. What is the higher education ranking organization looking at? They're looking at research, quality of your research, and asking, where are the groundbreaking research? They're looking at your success rate for your students who come out from your system. They look at the internationalization of your research and how much money is earning to your institution. Because universities are not just supposedly to be cost centers where people are pumping in money. Universities are supposed to be attracting grants to itself, to pioneer research, lead inventions. So once you put all these things together, you can see it within our space. What is happening, especially in the public universities in Nigeria. The rot is so bad. And again, no thanks to the union activities that shut down the system every now and then. And then, of course, our children are not finding real time for quality education. And I think it's so sad. But you also have multiplicity of private universities who are so struggling for funding to survive. And they can take anything just to keep standing. So these are all the things that we see in our space. And we really do hope that the current Minister of Education, though not an educationist, will himself prioritize what happened in our school system. So that, like Donald Trump said yesterday at WTO, Nigeria can return to the era of merit.
Okay, Pri, your thoughts?
Okay, in most aspects, I agree with what Doc has said. Research and development is key, and I think it's one of the yardsticks that the higher education ranking, and then not just that, other ranking institutions of global repute we use to measure if these universities can be accorded that respect, that acclamation, global acclamation. However, when we're bringing in appointing ministers of education, and when we are appointing, even at the state level, commissioners of education, these are some of the things we should look at. The ministers themselves, are they educationists? If they are educationists, we can look at their exploits in the arena of research and development. And I think every university should have a department that is dedicated to research and development. This is not because we want to be among the universities that will be ranked at the right place when other global institutions come ranking universities, but because of the products that we are churning out of our higher institutions. These products that we are churning higher, can they compete globally, even locally within the continent of Africa and globally? If they can't, then I think we have lots of work to do, and the government should make sure that we put the right things in the right place so that our policy direction as far as education is concerned is revisited every 5 years or every 3 years, as the case may be, most especially the way we have information and technology is changing the dimension of things at the global arena.
We've mentioned research as a key thing here. I went through some of the indicators. Like you rightly said, research was a big part of it. The research environment and also the research work being done. They looked at teaching. They looked at the teacher to student ratio,
Yeah.
and also doctorate to bachelor ratio,
Yeah.
and some other things, and even the international outlook. Now, I think a lot needs to be done. Was it yesterday you were talking about project work that have been done
Yes.
by universities and by several faculties within the university, and nothing really is being done with the research work. It's just like a requirement. And so once students are able to put down the paperwork, they come for defense, ask them a few questions, it ends there. Nobody takes it forward to say, this research work that you've done, can we test it? Can we try it out and see what innovation comes up from it? So there's a lot that is missing. It should not just be a process that people pass through, like if you're feeling all righteousness, but there should be an aim towards it, even not just for the students alone, but lecturers. There are funds that are being given, grants being given for research. We should begin to look at how those research work is affecting or impacting the educational system, and not just for people to use that as an opportunity to have that foreign exposure.
Yeah, but let me give you one example. And this was some few years ago. There was a wedding to happen in my church. And as I was coming into the church, I saw a car parked, and it was on a Saturday. And as I was walking in, I saw the door of the cars were open, and this man was on a singlet and was on the street. And I walked close, and I saw it was even my professor in the university. I asked, what are you doing? He said, oh, I brought my daughter to a wedding rehearsal in church. So the wedding is tomorrow. But he was trying to read, somebody's dissertation that he was supervising right there inside the car. And my mind just went haywire. In this kind of an environment. And at that time, I remember he was the head of the department in my department in political science. He was in the postgraduate school. He was a member of Senate. He was a visiting professor to University of Ife. He was an external examiner in the University of Benin, and then some couple of other private universities where he's overseeing. One professor. How can this be healthy for a student? And I think at that time he was even the only professor in that department, because all the other professors were all adjunct professors who were retired, and they were coming into the system. And this is the environment our children are learning. And it's an A university in Nigeria. It's not just a mushroom university, a federal university, for that matter. And so you ask yourself this basic question. In other climes, you will see one man teaching postgraduates, doctorates, masters, doing irregular program for those ones they do in university to make more money, and having an army of undergraduate students. How they cope is even a problem for me as an individual. So in that environment, people can do thorough work. And this is what has happened to our educational system. Now, even coming into the system is like a court. Some people have blocked it so that there are no new entrants. And this kind of environment I have just painted also make them not to be able to do deep research. You can imagine that you are supervising over 1,000 students.
So what time do you have to thoroughly supervise the work?
To supervise the work, do your own personal research, and write papers that can enter into international journals.
All right,
so citation become a problem, really.
The good thing is that today is International Day of Education, and we'll be looking in depth into the challenges with education in Nigeria. And since the theme is AI and education, we'll be looking at what changes what improvement AI can bring to the education system. In the meantime, let's have insight into what made the news. The Central Bank of Nigeria has approved the release of the Nigerian Foreign Exchange Code as a guideline to the banking industry to promote ethical conduct of authorized dealers in the Nigerian forex market. Yes, Pri, you know that for quite a long time there's been talk about some sharp practices within the banking system, even in the parallel market when it comes to forex trading. There's been talk of round tripping and all of that, hoarding of foreign exchange. Some of these factors have contributed significantly to the depreciation of the naira to the dollar, and how difficult it has been for people to have access to forex within the official setting, the banking system, and so a lot of persons are resorting now to the parallel market where they can always have forex as much as they need. But the CBN coming up with guidelines that is to guide or to provide the rules that will set the ground for trading, forex trading, what the participant, the authorized dealers are expected to do, how they're expected to conduct themselves. Would this make a difference? There've always been guidelines before, except that sometimes the guidelines have been reviewed.
Okay, one question I would like to ask is that access to the dollar. I'd been to the bank several times to want to, you have an, you open a domiciliary account, either in the dollar or in the pound or some other currencies. When you open, you're opening with that money physically, or you do a transfer to open that account. But you come back, you want to withdraw. I don't know if that's changed now. You cannot be given. And they're telling you they don't have. It's not in stock. What are they doing? They are promoting the parallel market. The guideline, the Central
CBN.
Bank of Nigeria, does that code, does it protect those who needed that dollar? Because recently we heard that banks have started selling PTA and BTAs to people who are traveling for business, and students who are traveling to school who are buying the dollar recently. So what about those who needed dollar for other transactions?
Are they approved? Are they approved by the CBN?
Yes. So the thing is, you go out in strategic areas in Allen Avenue, in Ikeja, and some other parts of you see people in front of banks selling the dollar. If you are going into the banks, they'll be calling your attention if you needed the dollar or the pound. I'm just asking this question. It could be a question that maybe does not need an answer. Are they buying the dollar? Are they getting the dollar from the bank to resell to people outside? Is that why the banks are not having dollars in there? Or is there a secret arrangement between these people and the bank to promote the activities of the parallel market, to dollarize the Nigerian economy? It doesn't even stop there. When we talk about dollarizing the Nigerian economy, we also know of private organizations in Nigeria that charges in dollars. While there is a law that the legal tender for transactions in Nigeria is the naira. When we do that, we continue to deplete the performance of the naira in the market, in the forex exchange, and we begin to give primacy to the dollar, and that in itself contributes negatively to the Nigerian economy. I think the CBN new code should check all these excesses.
Well, I am not particularly optimistic. The issues with Nigeria is not more about writing codes or laws that are violated or obeyed in breaches. The whole issue is that all of us speaking to ourselves, and first and foremost having faith in our own country. And I think that's the starting point. Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Tax Reform, alluded to this explicitly some 2 days ago, and he was quite clear on it, that the problem in Nigeria, which of course, again, according to him, leads to the misinterpretation of the Apex Bank itself in terms of the raising of MPR every successive time, was the fact that we have not done due diligence to actually understand the psyche of the man on the street and how the activities of individuals, whether public servants or private individuals in the country, had led us to where we are collectively today as a people. And what was he speaking to? Was the speculation which goes on in our environment, that people wake up in the morning and tell you that Naira is going to fall further, and the only way to preserve your money is to put it in foreign currency. So whether you like it or not, it has become a trade. Some people became billionaires overnight, all because they have connect to the CBN. What were they doing? CBN give them some dollars. Like you said, they go outside of the bank, Malam buy it from their hands, and then they make a kind of an arbitrage, making so much money. And then the Malam take it to the outside, and then other people come to the outside, buy from the Malam makes some money.
Take it back to the bank.
Now, so you see this happening in the environment. About 6, 7 years ago, somebody came to me and said, look, the new trade that's happening now is taking dollars in. So as long as you are going to get dollar in, and how this dollar come in is not government's problem, we will remain in this. And I think what CBN need to do is what is done in the United Arab Emirates, where, for example, all bureau de change are registered and they are linked to CBN. It doesn't matter where you are buying, any bureau you are buying from. If you take your card and you enter into a bureau de change that you want to change dollar, there's a limit to which you can change in a month or buy in a month. So government can see it. So even when you get into the bureau change, they will tell you your limit has been exhausted. So you can't buy more than that.
You know, the CBN played a role when they asked that bureau de change operators source forex by themselves, when they stopped allocation of forex to bureau de change. Now, even when they resumed allocation of forex to bureau de change operators, it was not all of them that they were allocating to. They were allocating to about 1,000 of them. You know, they had done a streamline of the number of bureau de change operators that were authorized in the country and brought them to around 2,000. So when they stopped allocation and bureau de change operators began to source forex by themselves, nobody could actually tell where they get forex from. An incident happened recently in Benin City, and a lady returned from Europe, an European country, and she came in with hard currency. So an accident happened. It was a fire accident, and the money was burnt in that accident. And she was lamenting because she also had some injuries. That the money she had brought in, she was supposed to go give it to those at the bureau de change for the operations. Like they had some dealing where they have some people who are returning home bring forex for them. So you have trade like that going on. Where the money is coming from, where the forex is coming from, nobody can tell. It can be from legal business. It can be from illegal business. By asking the bureau de change operators source forex by themselves, even when resumption of forex is being done, it is not sufficient, and not all bureau de change operators get it. So that way, it's as if you are opening the door for money laundering, because a lot of people can begin to launder money through that, and you can't even track it, you can't even trace it. Why can't people just go into the banking hall? Why can't Nigerians who need forex for the approved reasons that CBN has given, PTA, business imports, and some other reasons, get forex? Because of the issue of round tripping. It's almost like it's becoming impossible to nip that in the bud because of the gains that those who involved in it get. There's so much complicity from the banking sector. Even when you want to lodge forex in the bank and you come in with Naira, you do not have the forex value. Right there in the bank, they will call those from the parallel market to bring the forex. And you're wondering, like, how do they have, and then the banks do not have? But the CBN allocates directly to the deposit money banks what happens to the forex. They barely ever admit that they have forex. Where does the forex that the CBN allocates to them goes to? So coming up with guidelines without stringent monitoring of what happens in the financial system, what happens in the operations of deposit money banks would not really do any much good. Sometime last year, CBN was talking about automating the processes, the operations of the Bureau de Change Operators. And then we spoke with the president of the Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria. He had concerns regarding how that was going to happen, who was going to provide for them the systems that they were going to use. But the question was, this is a private business. Does the CBN have to provide you the systems for you to do that? All the CBN can do is to provide some form of training so that you can follow up with the automated process. So I think guidelines without automating it so that the system tracks what comes in, what goes out, would not really do much or bring about much change.
See, we keep saying this thing until we get to that point where we can know what everybody does and we knew who is doing what, where people are getting and sourcing. All of these things will not stop. And I think that if people want to enter into a business, there must be a minimum standard to operate in that industry. And if the regulatory authorities have set up a guideline, then it's also their responsibility to manage it. But like you said, the problem is far beyond what the commercial banks can handle, because most of the FS are not coming through the bank. A lot of them even go to neighboring countries to buy these things and bring it to the country, because it's a huge market. It's a very huge market. Because the big men in Nigeria today, according to Oyedele, don't spend naira. They spend dollars. And until we have a law that determines how much of a dollar a man can have as in his hand, because he gave a figure.
Who enforces that law? It is one thing to have the law, it's another thing to enforce the law.
The regulator should, from time to time, ensure that it is only those who are duly licensed sell and buy dollars. And every sale and purchase are documented real time, not in papers, but on the system that will be subjected to forensic audit at intervals. So that whatever activity that is happening right there with CCTV footages, it will be a requirement that if you have to do dollar business, your office must have CCTV. You must have systems where you register this thing and where all transactions you do daily are recorded, so that CBN visit your office and they can have access, maybe randomly, on the footages of what happened in a natural day in your environment. So we're able to track and at least put some measure of sanity within that system. Because that's the only way.
But is the CBN aware that if you go to sites of some businesses and you want to check out the rates for their products or services, it's in dollars. It is now left for you to do the conversion. Why has the CBN not even attended to that part? Now, some businesses may say, oh, we just put it for universality. Why? Okay, put it in Naira. Let those who are, if you have international clients, let them make the conversion in whatever currency that they want to, that they have, because the payment is also going to be done in Naira. Why should I go to the site of a business organization and I want to pay for their services? I'm saying, oh, for this is $70, and the business is in Nigeria here. For that is $80, $100. Why hasn't the CBN attended to that? Because the demand for the dollars is increasing, and that's why the business too is booming.
Okay, I think before, I alluded to that when I was responding to the first question. Now, the proliferation or the increase and promotion of the use or the dollarization of the Nigerian system, the stakeholders and the regulators themselves are not absolved or exempted from it. The 2015, the 2023 general elections, when we were talking about how they are going to conduct their primary votes within political parties, we knew of politicians who were buying the votes of the representatives at the primary level in their political party that were going to vote. And some of them there were more than 2,000 in some of these political parties. And I remember speaking to one of the forerunners of the political parties there, as much as $10,000, $15,000 $20,000 was exchanging hand just to buy the vote of one of the representatives. And the highest bidder takes it in a political party. If you remember vividly very well, after then the dollar price soared and ran up that way. That contributed to the system. Apart from that, I know Nigeria about 8 years ago, we used to be very, very active in participating. This digital currencies, there's a general name it is called, when we were participating in buying and selling digital currencies online. This general name is called, it ran just...
Crypto?
Exactly. And Nigerians were bad by the regulator, by the central government, by the CBN for Nigerians to go into that market. Why? Because they cannot regulate the market and they see the way money is exchanging hands, and they were sure, they know that they are losing, including the big men there who does not want that crypto to continue. And the government barred it. I know of a lot of young people. That was the reason why they left the country. They leave because they are making money from that, and the government barred it. People were trading and were selling, they were trading, buying dollars and selling dollars, sometimes above or beyond what is being sold in the parallel market or the CBN threshold. So they were making lots of money. Person to person, they call it P2P and all of that. So the CBN does not have regulatory power over that, so it fought hard and, completely remove it from the system. Why did they remove it? Because that in itself is one we can refer to as an informal market that is bringing money into the country because of the transfer of dollars. And also, most of these Nigerian musicians will travel abroad to the UK or to the United States of America, and you could hear in the news that XYZ artist, shut down the O2 Arena and closed. They are not paid in Naira. They are paid in foreign currencies, in dollars or in a pound sterling. They themselves, do you bring this money back into the country? Because we've heard rumor of these persons also trading in different markets, whereby they don't just bring the money into the normal, regular market where the eyes of the government can see, but they trade with others in the country, most especially those Bureau de Exchange who operate in a way that the CBN can't really monitor. So all these are contributing to the promotion and the use of the dollar. It has its downside and also its upside.
Well, let's hope that with these guidelines, the CBN will do more, but it takes more than just provide a set of rules for people. It takes the willpower, it takes monitoring and automation of the system. Without automation, then I don't think...
yeah, but let's wait and see what the guidelines looks like on Tuesday by the special grace of God, when it is formally launched, and see how it's going to also help the system really better. But I think once Nigeria can deal with its FS problem, all these things that other things we talk about will just be by the side. Inflation will go down, prices will crash, and we know that the economy become really stronger and better for it.
Okay, and we need to see sanctions being imposed on erring dealers, erring banks, so that the system can be sanitized.
Erring private individuals.
Yes, that's what I said.
Real
Dealers.
big men, not
and even
the big fishes.
Those who are involved,
Doctor,
nobody should be spared. Nobody should be
big
spared.
fishes.
Nobody should be spared.
Who are spending dollar the way Priya is describing them. They should be brought to book. And the Nigerian police must become very, very active in this regard. I saw the Inspector General of Police talking about enforcing the third-party insurance. And I think they should go all out also to enforce that Nigerian economy is not dollarized, that people are not spraying dollars in this environment, and they are spared for it.
Okay, so the United Kingdom has reaffirmed support for Nigeria's fight against terrorism and security challenges during the Minister Lord Corker's official visit to Abuja. So Trump's, the Minister of Defense for the UK is on a working visit to Nigeria and is reaffirmed the support of the UK to Nigeria in tackling insecurity, specifically terrorism. Is that, just a political statement as a diplomat when you are on a working visit, some of the things that you have to say, just to make your host feel good that yes, we are together in this. Because last time I checked, the UK also has a lot of security challenges internally, which the Kemi Badnock and some others are feasting on. So, I don't know. You have a big problem at home, but it's still the UK. They may be able to offer support in one way or the other, but I don't know. I don't take that wholeheartedly.
Well, I think it's always good that people make, politicians are quick to make promises. And it only depends on how it came. So when a defense minister is coming to your environment, giving you a pledge that he's willing to support you, what it always suggests is that these guys are looking for something. And that's for some trade that can happen between us and them. And as long as those trade continue to happen, really, insecurity will not go down. And I think I love the way our Vice President put it at the ongoing World Economic Forum. African indeed should not be looking for people who are going to help them. We should look for partners who are sincere. And then we can sit down and talk about our issues the way they are. Because all this aid thing really does not have an ending. We spoke about the growing debt earlier this week, and one of the issues that we talk about is that when these foreign nations are saying, we want to help you, and they want to give you money, we want to give you loan, and at the end of the day, the conditions that are tied to it is actually a trap. And that is what we must run away from, so that we're not having people who are fueling insecurity so that industries in their own side of the divide can flourish. So peace is what the world needs at the moment, and I've not seen any significant effort by the United Kingdom in terms of tangible support, whether in terms of equipment, whether in terms of high monetary values, resettlement of people who are displaced, support through technological innovations. All these things are always in the realm of promises. And I think it's that time we see tangible things happen and say, okay, we can help you with technology, we can help you with detailed information. You have better area survey. And so, okay, we have this data that we can provide your military with that can help end insurgency like yesterday. And I think those are the kind of things that Nigerians should really be asking for at the moment.
Okay. I remember Blessing was saying we have, okay, the UK had problem in their homes and they want to help Nigeria. Talking about global politics and the relationship that, that takes place among countries. You could remember vividly during Obasanjo's administration where we were having pockets of violence here and there, and it was really telling on Nigeria. At that particular moment in time was when the former President Olusegun Obasanjo, gave some billions of naira in support to Sao Tome and Principe. So I think it's almost like a culture. It's a routine. It's something that is known in the arena of global politics. It is just a formality, the visit of the UK foreign minister to Nigeria. Do remember that that of the Chinese foreign minister came to Nigeria. He spoke about a few number of things. He also included fighting terrorism and giving Nigeria the relevant and the necessary support to aid that in terms of training Nigerian soldiers, and not just that, allocating about $50 billion to the whole continent of Africa, and how Nigeria will benefit from some of the training it's going to offer, and that it's not going to unwholesomely meddle in Nigeria's affairs. We also saw the United States Foreign Secretary also came to Nigeria for the same purpose. It's about bilateral relationship and to sustain it in this new era. And if that of the UK is coming at this point in time, I think it's all the same thing. So what they say matters. Who did Nigeria give more attention to? Is that of the Chinese government and foreign minister. Why? Because we see them as being very, very active even before they came to fulfill the 35 years culture. As for that of the UK, we've not really seen that active disposition from them, apart from doing the normal routine visit. And sometimes when foreign powers wants to help Nigeria, let's not even talk about terrorism now. Let's talk about other areas where we need their support. And if they are skeptical, if Nigeria is going to channel whatever fund they gave to us for that specific purpose, then we should give them the leeway. Okay, you just come and build me a power plant of 10,000 megawatts of electricity in my country. You know what? Bring the company from the UK. We're giving you the land. Come build it. If you think our government is going to misappropriate the fund and you'll be fighting corruption after that, you come build it yourself. We'll give you the leeway. We'll give you our engineers. We'll provide local engineers and all of that. You come with your team and build it. That's what we're looking at. So when we talk about fighting terrorism, because it's quite a sensitive issue, and I remember vividly when the United States of America was promising or was requesting that they have their boots on ground right here in Nigeria. Former retired military generals in Nigeria and security experts came out against it and said, no, do not accept the boots of foreign soldiers on the ground of Nigeria, because they will not come for that objective, they will come for something else, and it is danger. We have diplomats and international relations experts, including Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, who gave his position that we should not allow that to happen. And I think that's the right way to go.
The reason I brought in UK's own internal security challenges into it is because a man who wants to offer help should be able to offer that help. That's not to say that when it comes to terrorism, it's a fight for one country alone. No, because terrorism is international. It's not something that is particular to one country and is completely internal, even though there may be, or there are most times, internal issues that exacerbate how terrorism manifests in each country. Now, I do not expect that Nigeria takes what the defense minister of the UK has said wholeheartedly or hold on to the promise, because I see it as rhetorics. Well, some bilateral agreements may happen that, oh, you also, in terms of intelligence, share intelligence. But the UK currently is dealing with internal security challenge like never before. Issues of stabbings, child rape, human trafficking, and all. So I think that they are even overwhelmed trying to tackle that, trying to nip that in the bud. So if Nigeria wants to handle and actually tackle the issue of terrorism, it is still Nigerians that would do it.
Yeah,
it is still...
I think, Blessing,
I understand what you're saying. It is still,
UK has enough to help us with.
Yes, but
in
more
dealing
help,
with the challenge.
more help will come from Nigeria.
I don't think...
More support will come from Nigeria. Yes. And if the UK is helping, we are not doing what we need to do. We will get nowhere. So local vigilance is important. The willpower of the government to fight it is important. More of the work towards handling or fighting terrorism will happen from Nigerians, and just a little support maybe from those outside. But if we're not doing enough, if we're not acting as if we mean to end this, then whatever support anybody from outside is offering, it's just like you're attending to the surface, the core of the issue you have not attended. How many times has the United Arab Emirates released a list of those who were sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria? What has the Nigerian government done with that list? So even if the UK intentionally wants to help and they have the capacity to help, without much from Nigeria, nothing is going to happen.
Yeah, I agree with you that Nigeria has a great role to play. Yes, UK may have their own problem, you know. Problems are in sizes and they are in shapes. What UK may be grappling with may be a child's play comparably to what we are dealing with as a country. So I do believe that they have enough to offer. But beyond the rhetorics, beyond the hypocrisies, I feel that they need to offer Nigeria in the area of intelligence support to help the military, even in the area of the hardwares that is required for Nigeria to be able to monitor their space. And that can be real tangible assistance.
The hardware that we've had with monitoring, what have we done with it?
No. I don't think.
The one so far that we had.
No. I don't think we have such hardware. If
the ones that we have so far,
if you are following,
that sometimes is being used by the Air Force for aerial surveillance and all that. Well, what have we done with all of that?
You just listen. If you have listened, and even yourself take a statistics to look at military funding in Nigeria in the last 10 years, and I think that was revealed very recently, that more money was actually going into overhead in the military than getting into the provision of hardwares. So, which means we have not been able to retool for a very long time. And that's really very dangerous. And that started earlier in the administration. The first election cycle in the coming of democracy in 1999, when the president was very determined in ensuring that the military is disempowered so that occasion for coup do not happen. So rather than invest in building up hardware and capability for our military and our police, what do you find? You saw that they're involving more in software, according to them, and more money was going into the overhead, and none was going into building capacity.
So
and that's why
it's
when
good
you
that you have pointed that.
No.
More money was going to
land.
areas.
Just let me land so that you can have the thought to respond. So what you find is that when you see the police, for example, dealing with armed robber, the armed robber has better weapons. When you see the soldiers dealing with criminals, the criminals have better weapons. And this is because there has not been funding getting into that side of the divide. So Nigerians do need support, whether in terms of hardware or in terms of information or data that will be needed by our officers to be able to prosecute the war against insurgency. That is definitely a need, and cannot have more of it, really.
Okay, so is the Nigerian military unaware of these challenges that you've talked about, or is the Nigerian government, when funds have been allocated for military support and the Ministry of Defense, are they unaware of these things, that hardware is needed as much? I see this as not just
they don't determine their budget. So when you are speaking, so an army cannot tell the National Assembly this is the amount of money.
That is what we're saying. That is what
so they cannot make that input.
That is what we're saying.
Because they are not the one. They can only make input into it. What eventually gets into them is determined at the executive and the legislative level, and that is why, because we are not in a military rule. The military can say, okay, this is what we want to invest in. But the civilian determine what they want to invest in. And there's a psychology around it. And that's what I want you to grab.
I grab that. But what I'm saying is that everything rises and falls on leadership. And it's the willpower to tackle certain issues that is very important, more important than the hardware. Because even if the hardware comes and there is still no will to end this, we won't see the end. We've heard of stories of sabotage, ambush of the Nigerian military. So if these issues are not tackled, no matter the hardware that comes in, I don't think that we'll get close to the end of terrorism in Nigeria.
All right, okay. I think we should remember or cast our minds back sometime in 2015, even before the 2015 general elections. We've heard how the Nigerian customs were, sometimes able to seize containers of weapons who were finding their ways into the country. And when that happens, guess what? Who are the beneficiaries of the weapon? It goes to the military. Because when those weapons are seized, and I don't know why such container of weapon will find its way into the country, the name of the person and the agent that were doing that shipping into the country, of course, it will be known to the authorities if anybody is even fronting for that criminal who does not have the license to do that. So the military will be the beneficiaries of that. In the course of fighting terrorism and banditry in the Nigerian military, we've come to realize also that sometimes the military, through their own tactic, apprehend the suspects and saw a catch of weapons with them, and they took it. It becomes that of the military, and sometimes these people, when they go through the de-radicalization, rehabilitation process, who willingly surrender themselves to the Nigerian military, they surrender their weapons too. Do not forget also that in the Niger Delta, during the Yar'Adua administration, where amnesty was granted to the Niger Delta who were, agitative and restive. They also came to surrender their weapons to the federal government. Who is the primary beneficiary? Of course, it would be the Nigerian military. So we also know that sometimes we're told that the Nigerian military were overpowered because of the kind of sophisticated weapons that the bandits use. I remember vividly General Christopher Musa came out to say the recent increase, I think that was last year, the recent increase in the dollar and the skyrocketing of the dollar compared to the Nigerian naira is almost nullified the budget that was going to the military, even though the military last year too, I think, had the highest allocation of budget to fight terrorism in acquiring some of these weapons that you think what you'll be able to purchase for 4 billion naira or 3 billion naira, you think it's big money, but by the time it is converted to dollar in the international market to buy these weapons, it becomes very, very insignificant amount. So we have the economic and the business aspect of it that will beat down the amount of money and it will make the budget of the military not to perform to expectation. However, the money that has been allocated to the military in prosecuting the war for terrorism must also, the military chiefs need to give account, an account that can be verified by the civilian authorities whom they are responsible to, so that we know what exactly we are doing with our money and what exactly we are dealing with to overcome the war against terrorism.
All I'm saying is that it is not for us to say maybe hardware or count on external support if that will to fight it and to ensure that the right weapons get to the hands of those who need it, then it's going nowhere. And that has to start from the top, it trickle down. Because whatever is coming in will not directly get to the hands of those who need it. It has to follow through certain chains before they are then distributed to those on the field. So everybody needs to be in sync. It has to be oneness of mind towards saying, we want to fight this war and we want to win the war against terrorism. Let's take a break. When I return to the time for policy discuss, education will be on the front burner today.
Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hey guys, my name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am Miss Nigeria United Nations. This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, guys. Make sure you are getting checked. It is important to get checked and make sure that this is prevented. And make sure that you are raising the awareness to your friends, your sisters, your loved ones as well.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Let's talk about education and AI, as today is International Education Day, and this is also looking at preserving human agency in the world of automation. I've got some word that you'll be surprised to see, yes, because we're talking about AI technology. We had to go fetch ourselves a tech expert. Collins Teke, who is a tech expert, is in the studio this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Blessing. Good morning, Doctor. Good to see you.
Collins, a pleasure to have you on the show this morning.
I mean, the pleasure is all mine. I must say that I'm really glad that you invited me, because it's an area that I'm very passionate about.
You know, Teke, I was hoping to see you bring in a robot and some other things, because, hey, we're talking about technology, so I wanted to see all of that.
Yeah, the irony is, especially the subject matter, that's AI. You know, that top of my head, I can count up to like 10 different areas of AI that have nothing to do with robots. It's just one aspect that has to do with robots, but generally there's a misconception about AI. You know, people just believe that it's a robot that's coming to take over people's jobs. And I think that is where what we're doing now, especially this kind of conversation, is important, so that we can actually educate people about what exactly is AI. And is it something that is a robot that's coming to take over people's job? Is it a tool that's to be used to enhance our jobs? You know, will it displace people, industries? Will it disrupt? And all of these questions.
But you think those fears are unfounded?
No. They're very, look, to a large extent. You know, let me use a typical example. Every technology, whenever there's a new technology, if you go back in time, even when internet, you know, came on board, a lot of people were they had skepticism about that particular technology. They're like, okay, you mean I can stay here and send a message and all of that? And so people kicked against it, that it was, they put spiritual connotation and all of that. That's because there's lack of understanding of the technology. Just like AI. Yes, people have genuine concerns about how dangerous AI can be. But that does not mean that it is bad. Now, I look at AI and every technology as a tool. And a tool, you know, it depends on who's handling the tool. That's what's going to determine the outcome. So a typical example, if we're in Lagos now, if you saw a cutlass with an agbero, which is a tool, you know, or at the bus stop, you run.
Yeah, but look.
But if you saw that same cutlass with a farmer, you know that he's going to use it for. So it matters who has access to the tool.
But that is the real conversation today, looking at education
And AI.
globally and AI adoption.
Yep.
Now, how prepared do you think that a country like Nigeria, indeed Africa, are in terms of really coping with the challenge that AI is bringing to the world?
First of all, just like many other technology, we are lagging behind, no doubt. And in what area? The specific area is in sensitization and education. Infrastructure. Let me give you a typical example. I approached this conversation here when the UN gave the theme to be AI in education. You know, in my head, I did not look at AI in education. I looked at AI in education in Africa. Because that in Africa changes the whole narrative. You say AI in education, well, you're talking about other countries that have the infrastructure, they have, they invest heavily in research. AI cannot
Education, the
function
bedrock
without,
of any society,
research and
has
data.
a right for
So
every
we don't do all of
human,
that.
as it helps
So when you
facilitate
come to the
learning,
Africa
knowledge,
context,
skills,
you have the
values,
consolidation
and
because
habits that enable individuals.
Nigeria, for example, more than half of our population is digitally excluded or digitally illiterate. So that is the major challenge. How can AI be useful in education, for example, when you have a large number of people who are cut off, who cannot even, process and create information online, which of course is what defines being digital literate is. So when it comes to Africa, our approach should be different. We should, first of all, start by educating people before we adopt these technologies, preparing people, educating people for education. Teachers should be able to be trained on how to use these tools, to know how to use these tools before we can adopt. If not, we'd end up going into what I would describe as digital colonization.
All right, so let's look at this.
Yeah.
So this is AI and education. That's the theme for this year's International Day of Education. And then there is also a clause to it. It's talking about preserving human agency in the world of automation.
Yeah.
So there are different considerations along the line of use of AI for education purposes. Good, you mentioned at the start that when people talk about AI, they think about robotics, but it's not limited to that. There are different ways AI, artificial intelligence, comes. We even have some of them in use in Nigeria, like the chatbots, which some students are beginning to use for research to find out information and to do their assignments and all. So if we look at ethical consideration, the algorithm, there might be algorithmic bias, there might even be data bias, because the training of this AI softwares that are being in use are not done in Africa. So it seems to be tilted. And where students learn with that, is that actual learning? Is that to say that to an extent, there is the risk of misinformation and disinformation?
All right, so one of the things I advocate in the push for adoption of AI in education is for us to create local solutions. These AI models can be trained locally. And there are few, yes, when I say trained locally, there are few companies, organizations, that are actually at the forefront of training our AIs locally. The reason is because AI, especially the ones you mentioned, is garbage in, garbage out. How do I mean? It doesn't think for itself. You have to train it. It relies on data and information to be able to give you results. So that is why most people use ChatGPT. If you go there and just write and say, okay, give it a prompt and say, okay, give me an update. How can I start a business? It will give you general knowledge of how to start a business that is mostly applicable to, I don't want to use the West, but to other climes that are not necessarily in the African domain. But if you have a bionic box, for example, that is trained by local AI experts that considers the very important aspect of the nature of our society and the issues that we really want to solve and answers those questions, when you give that kind of a prompt to such an AI, maybe a machine learning, an AI platform, what it would do, it would give you now information based on data that has been imputed by people who understand the African, what we face as Africans. So, in adopting AI, we must not rely on what is being served us. We must start from here. We must create, adopt the technology and train the models to suit our society.
That's actually the area I wanted to go before really talking about the human agency.
Yeah.
As AI will affect a human being in the near future. In a world that is ever changing, a management expert call it volatile world, where things change at the speed of light.
Yeah.
How will the Nigerian education system help the catch-up syndrome by the Africans? Because before you open an eye, AI has advanced.
Yeah.
And then we're trying to catch up.
Yeah.
Before you know it, it has moved up. How will the Nigerian education system, for example, be able to deal with this catch-up syndrome by the African states in terms of consuming the product that is coming from the West and Asia of the AI?
We cannot adopt AI as consumers only. We should be adopting AI as creators that train these models. One, I just give a simple example. If you look at statistics right now, as far as literacy, general literacy concerned, digital literacy, you don't have a lot of data to tell us, okay, what is the exact state of digital literacy in Africa. But look at literacy. Mozambique is ranked very low. Nigeria is also part of, part of the countries that, there's a lot of illiteracy also, if you look at it. If you look at what we call digital inclusion and digital literacy, more than half of our population, which is estimated at over 200 million, that's at least over 100 million people that are digitally excluded. That means they have no access either to internet or cannot afford for many issues. Let's look at also infrastructure. As far as infrastructure-wise is concerned, we do not have what it takes to create. We're not investing enough in technology, specifically AI, to be able to control the narrative, all right, what's called AI governance, to be able to govern AI in such a way that it can impact us successfully in the education sector.
No, the question, exact question I want is, how can we begin to create our models without necessarily relying on how do our school system or the managers of our school empower our young people to create our model without necessarily have to rely or adopt what is coming from the other client?
So the first thing I would say is that we need to first of all demystify the mindset that, especially amongst our teachers, and that AI is here to take their jobs. It is here to enable them. And then the next step now is to first of all train, before we start creating these models, train our teachers and educators, the entire school system, to understand how AI can help education in Nigeria, to have that understanding, using examples of countries that are already using it, and then we now create models that are suitable with the inputs of these people. Because if you create a model and give a teacher who does not understand how it works, who feels that this is coming to take my job, you don't expect such a person it can't work. Because if I feel like AI is coming to take my job and you're now telling me this is a new AI model, this is how you're going to do with your children, your students these days, what you do is you set up this instead of you teaching, they'll be like, you're taking my job. But if you educate them and let them understand that this is a tool, that's where we should start from. It's a tool that will enhance your job. For example, if you have your papers you've written, your lectures you've written, you can use AI to transcribe, to move your handwritten documents into a digital document. AI will make that happen. You can also align your courses in such a way that it's easier for the students to understand. AI will make that happen. You can also get to use augmented reality, or make use of AI technologies, maybe the screens, to illustrate. If you're teaching a child something about traffic and all of that, you say, oh, if you go to Lagos, and they use their imagination, it's brilliant. But it can also show them by, animated reality, which AI will make that happen. So these tools of AI from different angles are there to enhance this teacher's work. But the first step, just to answer your question directly, it's not about let's train models, let's make it. Let the people who are going to execute, who are going to use this AI tool, be trained on or be educated, sensitized on what this is. The first misconception is the fact that it is not here or is here to take your job as a teacher. No, it is here to enhance your job.
Okay. Now, let's look at some challenges to AI adoption.
Yeah.
Now, you've talked about that on the part of the teachers, that AI is here to take their job. There is also another misconception on the side of the learners, the students, that dependency on AI might not make them be very smart thinkers, critical problem solvers, which brings us to the issue of human agency. Remember when calculators were introduced in schools, and then some teachers discourage the use. They'll tell you you should be smart enough to know 2 times 2 is 4, 4 times 4 is 16. Stop depending on calculators. If you keep using it, you may not be able to use that to do calculations. So without calculators, if you find yourself in an exam, it may mean that you are handicapped. Some students are also receiving that because when they want to do assignments and they want to turn to the use of AI, there seems to be, if you keep depending on this, after a while, you may not be able to come up with solutions by yourself. There is that. And there is also the challenge of infrastructure, as you pointed out. Would that, how do we tackle that there is no inequality? In the rural areas, for instance, some still depend on the blackboard. It is even now some are moving to the use of marker board. So how then do such schools move to the use of gadgets? Because there has to be that holistic move to AI education.
Look, the truth about that concern, it's a valid concern about how AI, over-dependence on AI can, cause you to affect your thinking or cause you to not be able to, especially students, not to be able to think, assimilate, they now rely on AI and all that. But I will go back to the point of the fact that it's all about education. It's all about understanding that is a tool. And the way AI, most of them, not all, most of them is created or is designed, I said it's garbage in, garbage out. How do I mean? Your creative thinking skills comes to play, to bear. Why? Let's use, any of these generative AI or, the chatbot bots that we talk about, like, what do you call it, ChatGPT and a host of others. If what makes the outcome is not what the AI has, it's the prompt that you give it. So from that point of prompting the AI is where your thinking comes in. So at the end of the day, if you still do not think and you do not creatively put your thoughts together, you cannot still use the tool. So instead of saying we're dependent on it, I think people need to understand that you have to keep, in fact, for you to be able to prompt AI properly, you would have to still think. You would have to still put your creative imagination to bear. What AI does is that it brings your mind, all right, what you're thinking in your mind to life for you so that you can actually see it. All right, it's easy, and that's how it enhances. Now, just like every other tool, if people are not taught or educated on how to use a tool, they're going to use it wrongly. That is why when some manufacturers bring out products, they spend time teaching people about how it works, how they can use it for good. Now, what we should guard against is the fact that people have access to this for educational purposes within our school system, and they are not guided or they are not governed on how to use it productively. Just like social media, bring it up. Just like social media, a lot of people felt that social media was evil because a lot of people use it for evil. But it's not about the platform. It is not about the technology. It is about the user. So the user needs to be educated. If the students and the teachers are properly educated on how these technologies, especially AI, can aid them, they can pass that down to the students, and then they can use it better.
But taking again the user case you just mentioned, we also understand that AI is not human.
Yes.
It has no capacity to think. Only aggregates the things that are available online. And in an African setting where, for example, many things have not been digitized, don't you also see that while we're trying to use AI to drive knowledge, that will actually only be amplifying the people whose data are already online? That, for example, the research that we're doing may not be relevant to Africa. Because recently we just talked about, earlier in the show, on the ranking of universities. You see that when you buy a regular text, handwritten, typed text, you can't even see African citation on it. How will AI reflect African peculiarity when our work are not documented online?
So, Doctor, look, who's going to document our work? I believe it would be we are the ones who document our work. Like I mentioned in my opening remark, that AI is, like many other, specifically AI, relies solely on data. So it's garbage in, garbage out. If you train it with data about Africa, and you build a model that focuses on data about Africa and how our society works, that is what it's going to give you. So the challenge here is not whether AI is good or not. The challenge is that the source of the AI or AI tool that we are relying on has to be from here. So our challenge now goes back to the issues. Why can't we train AIs that would speak to the African situation? Now, this is a challenge that most of us are not looking. A few people are looking into that direction. But the likes of Google and big other AI companies are paying attention to it. Do you know that Google has been documenting Pidgin English and other Nigerian languages so that you can actually have a conversation with it in those languages? It would actually use them. But you, as a Nigerian, when you check that, you will still find out that there are still some commands in the Pidgin. You'll be like, okay, it's not be good Pidgin. This Pidgin still get a comma inside. That's because they are also relying on available data. But now, how do you generate data? It's through research, it's through documentation. How much do we invest in as far as research is concerned? It is one area that we do not invest in. As we speak right now, I stand to be corrected. Nobody can stand and tell me categorically that this is the number of people, even students, we have in our educational system. Because based on what data, how did you count it? How did you get it? No. So because we don't invest in those areas, those are the real issues. Not about the tool itself, but we need to invest in infrastructure. We need to invest in, training, imputing data or creating models and getting the right data that will give us the result that is in alignment with what Africans can relate to, not relying on a model that is trained, based on a society that is not exactly what we experience here in the African continent.
To avoid the catch-up syndrome, which seems to be very prevalent in Africa when it comes to technology, then there has to be upskilling so that you can match up and begin to come up with your own technology or improve on it. In what areas specifically does Africa or Nigeria, now because we're broadcasting live from Nigeria, has to improve upon that will help the educational system? We talked about augmented reality and how chatbots, some of them are able to translate what is written into several other languages and different apps. So what areas should we be focusing on that will help the educational system?
All right, we'll look at the biggest challenges we have. One of the infrastructure, and then we'll also go to training. We need to invest more in the issues that have stalled us from taking advantage of technological advancement. I mentioned earlier that large number of our population are underserved or unserved totally. Electricity-wise, more than half of the population do not have electricity. Access to internet, just about 108 million people, can boast that they have access to internet, of which most of them is not steady. All right. General investment in training, research, and development. We have to invest in these areas first. If we do not invest in these areas, I'll go back to what I said. We'll end up, all right? We'll end up going back to what is called digital colonization, where we're only consuming. And each product you consume has an agenda, has their own target and goal that may not necessarily be in the interest of the people who are consuming.
Okay, talking about, again, this is a case here.
Yeah.
What specific policy issue will you expect from the regulators of the Nigerian education system to put in place? Also taking into cognizance the fact that we don't have so much money to invest in training and equipment. What are the short measures you think that can be put in place right now within the education system to actually put Nigeria and indeed Africa on the path of also becoming a competitive player in the AI environment?
All right, the very first part is our government and agencies, the NITDA of this world, those that are making policies that govern, the policies that have to do, the frameworks that have to do with ICT generally, they should focus on what is called AI governance. They should pay attention to it. And AI governance has to do with how the tools, the AI tools, who controls what? Who controls what? Because that's what's important. Because if you do not pay attention to that, you may not be able to create models. You'll be guided, you'll be governed by whoever is in control of the governance within the AI ecosystem. Another area is we must understand that nobody, all right, I mean, AI governance, look into the policies that have to do with AI governance, all right? Another area is we have to make policies, when we have dealt with that, that would address the issue of investment in, since you say we don't have money, I don't believe we don't have money, it's about priority. Investment in AI in education in Nigeria or in Africa, as the case may be. The likes of, and then we have to have a data policy that would bring, work on our data policies that to be able to galvanize, because AI cannot function without data. To be able to put our data, to kind of like aggregate and put our data together. Because if we do not have that, then we cannot even take advantage of AI. So these are the areas, in the area of AI governance, in the area of our data policies, whether from privacy, from how we get to, have our data, and also in the area of research. We need to, focus on that particular area, these particular areas, before we can say we want to use AI as a tool to help our education. If not, we would end up just adopting something that has a model that may not necessarily be, very, very, may not carry the agenda, the goal of the Nigerian or the African dream, if you like. And then at the end of the day, we'll now be colonized digitally by those who have created these models. That's what I think we should focus on. AI governance, AI governance, AI governance. What does that mean? And how can we be at the forefront? Not that they will determine what's, where it goes in terms of what direction. That is why I had mentioned in the topic, AI in education. For me, I would say AI in education in Africa, because AI in education, you can't generalize it, because there are specific situations, there are different unique situations in every country, and of course, most of the African continent specifically, in Nigeria, all right? You can't say AI in education. If you want to talk about AI in education in Nigeria, you can't talk about, adopt. You first of all talk about fixing infrastructure, fixing the policies like you talk about, fixing all the issues like, that have to do with access to these tools. So you can't generalize that AI in education. You must look at how it speaks to our specific challenges and where we are as far as that is concerned.
Now, what about access? Now, there are different tech companies. Some of them focus on providing educational solutions, AI solutions and all that. One of the things that, or one of the factors that reduces access is expensive nature of these solutions. If we're talking about creating our own, aside the data being available for training of this AI, what can you say as some of the challenges of local tech companies in providing some of the solutions locally?
Funding is one of the biggest. That is why the government, and the private sector and the big money spenders must pay attention to funding, must support. All right, there are so many companies that are working very hard to bring about trade models in AI that will solve some of these issues. But one of their challenges is funding. Even if they get funding to start and to scale, it becomes a problem because now you have to pay very high. To just, to be able to scale, people now have to pay for the services very high, as it were. So I think that we need to push a lot of funding into that sector, identify, all right, how we want to use AI to help our education sector and encourage local innovators to come up to build models that will solve our specific issues in this education sector and then support them with policy frameworks and funding, most importantly, to be able to bring this to life and also subsidize it along the line. The funding will be able to subsidize it also to help people to have access to it without paying through their nose.
Yeah, funding. Yeah. I know we can't do without funding, and that's why I'm actually asking. Yeah. Are you also thinking that we have enough competence within the Nigerian educational system to actually drive this narrative? And if not, is it also important to find collaborations between these institutions of learning and the conventional schools or universities and, of course, fintech and AI companies that are domiciled in Africa to collaborate in terms of training? Take, for example, you have a lot of people with PhD in computer science, and actually what they study is mathematics, and they're actually not computer scientists. You have cases where you have people who teach you computer, and they are not even able to use computer, because we just teach you the theory. So how are we going to balance the time on the ground synergy, so that rather than relying on the conventional teachers who don't have the competence or capacity, and then you are having people who are visitors to the universities to actually give the students hands-on learning on the use of these technologies?
On the matter of competence, let me speak to that quickly. We are aware that some of the biggest key players in tech, in emerging technology, AI being one of them, in so many of these countries, in the US, for example, in the past 20 years, you count a large number of Nigerians. And I'm not talking about Nigerians who were born there. There are a lot of people who actually just from here studied the studies, went to school, and they are driving the economy. In cybersecurity, I can mention a large number of names. All right, you have the likes of Sheyakin Dende, who has been in the industry for like 20 years or plus, and in cybersecurity, in AI, who has worked with some of the biggest brands at the global stage, who has come back now to Africa, to Nigeria, to start building solutions that have to do, that will speak, because he understands that, look, this cannot solve our problems. Adopted technology from the West, for lack of better expression, cannot solve our problems. So he's been there. He comes back to create something that would speak to our issues. So when it comes to competence, there are a lot of people. But if there is good policy on ground, there's support, and the government, that's going back to the policy issue, they understand the importance of this, more and more people will come in on board. And these are the people that will train.
I speak to is within the conventional school system, the university system.
Yeah. They have to be trained.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. Is it possible for people like Sheyi
Yes.
to become visitors to some university,
You know,
to students who are actually doing computer science.
let me not cut you short. He's been personally busy because, I mean, there's a number of projects. I'm in the ecosystem, so I interact with some of these guys, see what they're doing. He has not just been going about training schools, even corporate bodies, government institutions, you know, how they're going to automate, how they can use AI as a tool to better the entire processing of what they're doing. Now, we need more people like these who have this knowledge, who also understand how things are being done or what the situation is back home, who would not rely on Google or reports published to make a decision about, oh, I think this way Nigeria is, you know, there are Lagos, there are yellow buses, you know, and all that, and just, you know, speculate. Somebody who was born here, who has been here, who comes here regularly, who also has the knowledge of what is obtainable within the AI ecosystem generally, to marry these two knowledges and then get the best out of it. Training our teachers, go into the education sector and letting them know, starting from the point of telling them, because that is more important, telling them that AI is not here to take your job. AI is here to enhance your job. And then moving on to the technicalities. All right, what are the skills you need to have? What are the areas and opportunities also that AI brings to the table? You know, that is what I think we should be doing. Because if we do not train the people who are going to use this adopted technology, then who's going to run it? We'll end up, like you said, bringing foreign people coming here, and everything that is foreign, guys, just know this, has an agenda. It can never be in the interest of the consumer.
Knowing that there could be an agenda which could mean a bias against or a bias for.
Yeah.
What are some of the pitfalls to avoid when interacting with AI, whether as a teacher or as a learner? And what obtains in order to climb? The exposure. How does the level of exposure to AI take place? We find that we have Montessori schools now in Nigeria. There are very many of them.
Yeah.
And then in a bid to seem like, oh, we're global standards, could there be some wrongful exposure of children, of learners, to certain AI?
Okay, so I think that's part of the things that AI governance speaks to. Because apart from, you know, setting the tone, issues like regulation, data protection, and rights, digital rights, and all of that are all embedded within what constitutes what we're talking about. So that is why in adopting AI, I said that we must be involved in the governance of AI. If the government does not pay attention to that, then you cannot control it. You now have to rely on, you know, external bodies to control it. And if, for example, there are societies today that believe in so many things that are against our values in the African system. You know, recently, you know what happened in the US? The people are still appealing on national TV that, you know, we should not have just two genders. You've seen that happen. And these things are alien to us, for example. So if we are not interested in the governance and make inputs that are in line with what our values are within our system, then we'll end up finding ourselves in a situation where we cannot protect our citizens. One of the ways is to ensure that there are data protection policies and the rules, strict regulations for these AI companies, all right, to adhere to in the interest of the users. So if you don't have, I mean, it took a long parents to go against a lot of platforms like YouTube and a host of others before they created something called YouTube Kids that has certain kind of contents that, you know, only kids can watch. Even at that, they still give parents the power to be able to put timers, to be able to put restriction passwords. And then most of our phones that come with AI and all of that, they have gadgets. Samsung, for example, will have a kids interface that can help, you know, children not to have access to it. In AI governance and in AI molding, we should also pay attention to these regulatory frameworks and also this policy to protect data and protect our children. And it's the government that's going to enforce that. and say, no, 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 your AI, we need to check the framework of what your AI is bringing, your AI solution. Does it, is it in line with the standards that we've set? If we do not set that, and then we'll keep falling.
Thank you so much, Colin Souq, a tech expert who's been talking about AI and education with us on the front burners. Let's take a break. We're not done talking about International Day of Education. There's some more to come this day.
The bedrock of any society as a right for every human, as it helps facilitate learning, knowledge, skills, values, and habits that enable individuals to develop their full potential with critical thinking and the ability to participate effectively in society. Enshrined in the Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, prescribes free and compulsory elementary education for every child across all nations. The International Day of Education is dedicated to celebrate the role of education for bringing global peace and sustainable development. This annual international observance, held on January 24, follows the adoption of a resolution by the United Nations General Assembly on December 3, 2018. Upon its adoption in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in September 2015, the international community recognized that education is essential for the success of all 17 of its goals. The theme for this year, AI and Education, Human Agency in an Automated World, seeks to highlight the technology's transformative potential in reshaping global education systems. The day emphasizes the power of education to equip individuals and communities to navigate, influence, and understand technological advancement into this world, regardless of circumstances.
Well, artificial intelligence has helped tremendously in the development of education, but unfortunately the government has not really keyed into AI in the education sector.
I think it helped in one-on-one tutoring for the student, and it has enhanced teaching in such a way that students can go to AI to ask some various questions, even for follow-up after classes.
AI has been useful to me as a student because gone are the days where we will go to libraries searching stacks of books just to get information. But with the help of AI now, we just get answers. We just say a few types away. AI be benefit to me and my colleagues as a student.
Various organizations such as UNICEF, UNESCO, and the World Bank are leading programs to improve educational infrastructure, provide learning materials, and support teacher training in underserved regions. Through educational workshops and social media campaigns, awareness is raised on the importance of education in creating a peaceful world.
So, artificial intelligence and education, they are very important. You cannot say, in this modern age, you cannot separate one from the other. The future now lies with artificial intelligence. A lot of people will lose their jobs very soon in the nearest future through AI, through artificial intelligence.
Individuals, educators, and organizations are encouraged to participate in the International Day of Education by advocating for accessible and equitable education with a focus on using technology. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
Let's move away from the talk on education and talk about something that has to do with trade. The reason we're doing this is, well, we've extensively, it is to good essence, talked about AI and education. So it now rests on the table of those in authorities, the educational system, to see how best they can incorporate AI into education and make African society a better one where there is development. But let's talk about trade, because at the end of the day, funding is required to bring about that development that we seek in education sector rather. So if we do not talk about how the trade will happen, how governments will get the best from its trade dealings, then the fundings might not come. Recently, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, has been talking about his plans to impose tariffs, duties on countries that trade with America. And you know that there is the principle of reciprocity, which means that for every foreign policy of one country, the target country or countries has the right to have a retaliatory policy in the bid to protect themselves. But the DG of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, is admonishing that countries do not resort to tit-for-tat trade policies, meaning the world should not go into trade wars because it will not augur well for the world economic system. Now, she made this appeal at the ongoing World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. I'm going to go first to Dr. Idausa Osamanze. Dr. Okonjo-Iweala appealing against tit-for-tat trade policies. What's your take?
Well, I don't know. I'm a complete realist. I believe in power politics. And to that extent, I feel that, Alfred Nobel once argued, if everybody has the arm, we come to a round table so that we are not mutually destroyed. And I think that's the point, which, of course, Donald Trump alluded to, that America wants to maintain its sovereignty. And yesterday, while addressing the Davos conference, he made two significant remarks in that address. The first is that America wants to retain its sovereignty. And number two, he also alluded to the fact that Europeans don't allow American goods into their environment. But the American door is open wide to the European goods. They bring their cars into America, but American companies that are operating in Europe, that there are phantom court cases against them that are costing them billions. He mentioned Facebook, he mentioned Google, he mentioned Amazon, that are heavily fined by court orders in Europe, including the tariffs that are placed on them. And so what he's simply saying is that if we're all friends, as we are saying, then we could allow free trade to happen. You are not allowing our goods into your country, but your goods is coming into our country. And so he is not against business people, he is against political leaders. And if you have a product that you want to sell in America, it's better for you to produce it in America somewhere. In which case, we will give you tax holiday that you cannot find anywhere in the world. But if you don't want to come to America and you want to, then of course America will not hesitate in making so much money from you. And that's because there's alternative on the ground. Like I've always said, foreign policy of any nation is just an extension of their domestic policy. So we're looking at what is happening elsewhere. And you're saying, oh, fold your hands, pray to God, while people are cashing out and making money and building their economy, your infrastructure, you cannot raise it. And then you are left with nothing but to hope on to a deity who may come to solve your case. And I think that's the kind of case that the WTO DG is making. So I feel that, yes, if Donald Trump say, oh, well, for your product to enter into me, I have a tariff. If you need me, I need you. And then, of course, we can have a war that is equitable, but not lopsided. Yesterday, he spoke also to the issue of the one-sided, according to him, of the Paris Green Agreement, which is not take into consideration auto industry in other places. And you're asking me to buy your electric vehicle, but you're not buying my petrol vehicle. So that can't work. So I think that what Donald Trump is pushing for is fairness. And I don't see it as if it's a revenge or a tooth-for-tat kind of an argument, but having an equitable world where everybody is accommodated and people do things fairly with themselves and nobody is losing to any other. Because he made mention that America is owing close to $300 trillion trying to do all this. And that is not a debt that is sustainable. And they must find a solution to deal with their domestic problem. You can't be good outside and then horrible and bad at home.
Now, the DG of the WTO cited the incident that took place in 1930 when an American president at that time raised tariff on over 20,000 imported goods, and that saw retaliation from different countries as well and resulted to a global trade war. So she's trying to forestall a recurrence of that. But like I've asked, is her appeal strong enough to deter countries that are targeted by Trump's planned tariff hike from retaliating, making their own tariff hike policies?
Okay, now, the spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Ministry, Nao Ming, she said that trade wars are not won by any party when we go into them. Some sort of a diplomatic response, even though she did not mention the United States and the words that were coming out from the current president of the United States of America, but just putting in a subtle word that, look, where you are going to, you know the game. Nobody wins in this arena. So I think you should douse it down. You should mellow down. Of course, we know she's referring to Mr. President of the United States of America. The United States is very, very close to Canada. Canada, China, the European Union are the highest traded partners with the United States government. And Mr. Trump has said that the United States treasuries, ministries, departments, and agencies to review the trade that exists between American partners to know where the inconsistencies are so they can be addressed. Justin Trudeau said he's going to respond to Mr. Trump's imposition of tariff, that Ottawa is already preparing its response in billions. That's what he said. And I don't, while Trump is trying to put America first, we all know where protectionism will lead America to. America is a country where everybody wants to relate with because of world power, but America should not forget that they have, it's a high competition on the global politics. China is there, Russia is there, and these two guys have been infiltrating or penetrating Africa and other continents. Nigeria is going there, or it's already there, even though its category of partnership or membership has some form of relationship that it's not really a core member. South Africa is there. Iran is there. Other countries will be running down there. So America, in trying to put America first or practice protectionism, should not completely isolate itself or make itself enemies of its partners in the global arena, because it's going to have a bad taste for America. It's going to have that. And Trump should not see America some 30 years ago the way it was with the way America is right now, because the competition is quite high and the competitors have really covered ground.
There is already high competition already.
What Trump is saying is asking for a world where there is justice. And I think that's fundamental. And I'm actually expecting that African countries also must begin to respond to what I will call the European conspiracy against the rest of the world. Getting access into Europe is a problem. And Trump also mentioned that. You come to America when you like, but people get through hell to get into Europe, to even do business. So these are the things that you are saying. You are saying, oh, you don't want trade wars. Then if you are going to equity, your hands have to be clean.
Now,
and I think that is what the war should be all about. For me, we're looking at a world that is equitable, where what is good for the goose is also good for the ganja.
Now, in having that justice system prevail in the world, does that not mean that countries like Canada, which Priya said, the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, said Canada will retaliate, China and US, so those ones, they've been having trade wars and they have lost during the first administration of Trump. There was so much trade war between China and US. So it is expected that China already is preparing their own new tariffs for the US. And then Mexico. Now, talking about Europe and other parts of the world, if that justice system that you claim Trump is about begins to happen, it then means that there is going to be a full-blown global trade war. You're asking that Africa should begin to take their role. I know that when two elephants fight, the grass suffers first. Before we talk about Africa having their own trade policies to protect Africa, let's look at the feasibility of Africa even doing that. In this fight of elephants, who is likely to be the grass that will suffer in this?
Yeah, let me give you a very small story about Alfred Nobel and the Peace Prize. Alfred Nobel came up with a gunpowder, produced the dynamite, and this was during the interwar years in Europe, and everybody had access to gunpowder. And at a certain point when the interwar was on its roof, some leaders came to him to say, well, church leaders to say, Nobel, this is not right. You are giving people guns to kill themselves. And then Nobel replied that you have been preaching peace for all you care, but the war had not stopped. And he feels that a better way to end war is to arm everybody, so that when everybody are equally empowered, we will have respect for each other. And then we come to a round table and we will settle our conflicts without a bullet. And that's how Alfred Nobel came about in his will for the Peace Prize, that is empowering nations to have the capability to compete. And I think in a world that is so driven, remember during Biden's regime, the Secretary of Commerce actually went to China. And even the European Union were threatening China with tariffs because they were working toward a global monopoly. That if only China is the country that is prosperous, using the word of the Secretary of Commerce under Joe Biden, then the rest of the world will be in anguish of misery. Now, what does this mean? Is to say that, yes, you can talk about a collective. What Trump is saying is that let's review all our agreements. He talks about NATO. That before he came to the first tenure in NATO, for example, only American fought NATO.
Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationship with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for Souq News.
Apologies for the interruption, the course of the show. Moving on now, we'll continue talking about the implications of the proposed tariff hike by the US for countries like Canada, Mexico, and China. And there's already hyperventilation, according to the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, and she's appealed to heads of states, to country leaders to calm down and not resort to a tit-for-tat trade policy so that the world does not move to a global trade war. Now, let's look at the implication of these new tariffs and levies that will commence on February 1 as opposed to day one of Trump's administration like he had promised. What could be the implication on American consumers and goods that are likely to suffer this increase? Are there alternatives? Is America preparing for alternatives to this? For instance, gas. Just in last year alone, America spent $97 billion on gas from Canada. Are they planning to create substitutes for this should goods from these countries become very expensive for American consumers to purchase? Car parts and all are going to be affected. So, do you think the U.S. might just be shooting themselves in the foot at the end of the day?
I don't think so. I don't think so. It's just going to be a game of negotiation. And at the end of the day, what you get, and that's the plan of the U.S., is a drop in taxes so that industries in America that are dying because of cheap goods that are coming from elsewhere and are supported by their nations do not eventually do American economic damage, creating high-level employment, infrastructural deficit and gaps. And so he's thinking that as a nation, yes, you don't want me to do anything, but I can allow my people to suffer so that the other part of the world can have some peace and have some prosperity. And I don't think that's justice, and that's the point I was making earlier, that you need a world that's equitable. That when we are dealing with ourselves, the cash should be on the table. Why you are advocating that, oh, by 2030, you don't want petrol car in your place, and you are already positioned to sell electric cars, and I have petrol under my feet, that's not fairness. So what he's saying, I'm going to do my petrol car, even if you're not going to buy it, your electric car that's coming to my country, I'm going to put a tariff on it. So what I feel that the American president is actually offering the world and putting it on the table is the fact that we need a world where common sense work.
Okay. In this common sense, now the target countries for now, China, Canada, Mexico, a lot of manufacturing companies, yes, a lot of manufacturing companies are in China. Do you foresee a situation where, in a bid to evade these tariffs, some of these companies move away from these areas to countries that don't have as much high tariff?
No. I think America is a very big market. Can accommodate them.
I'm talking about the production companies now.
Yes.
Moving away from China, moving to some countries that do not have high tariffs imposed on them.
You know, these manufacturing companies are still going to make their profit because they'll pass the bulk. They'll pass the bulk to the final consumers. Now, let's remember that Trump, in the first place, said about 60% during his campaign. And now, after he has become president, he said 10%. So you can see he's lenient enough. And the negotiation has already started. He's only saying 25% for Canada, for Mexico and the European Union because he felt, I think there's fentanyl coming in from China to America, but not directly because of the goods that are imported from China to Canada to European Union and to Mexico will find their way to United States of America. That's why it's raising that of China, that of Mexico to 25% and that of Canada to 25%. I know what Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala she's trying to do. She doesn't want what preceded the Second World War to happen again, because this is how it started. And we can see already that BRICS, the presence of BRICS alone, you can see countries' alignment, realignment, joining one organization where you know, global organizations where you know countries of this category belongs here and America is standing here. America was, of course, never going to be part of BRICS. You see Russia there, you see China there, you see India there, you see Brazil there. So it's getting to that extent. And these wars, that's where it started, trade wars. Yes, the Chinese foreign minister office is saying, no, there will be no victor, there will be no vanquish. However, it's going to be having its toll. Like you said, the grass will suffer on other continents. Nigeria, the Latin America, they are going to suffer. So whilst Trump is going this direction, and I hope China will equally understand the perspective from which Doc is speaking to, that look, we want our local industries, you know, to be able to stand on their feet, and they will not see Trump's disposition as a war, but rather as a table for negotiation. Maybe it's because of the way Trump is putting it out. And you know, Trump is this kind of person. He says it the way it is. It doesn't budge. The reason why he's saying that, because recently, another woman who is like a cleric, there was a service, and the Trump administration, the vice president and other functionaries of government was there, and she was, you know, telling Trump to be merciful. She was telling Trump to be merciful, and that at the moment, people are afraid, people are scared. The lesbians, the gay community, they are scared. The immigrants who are not well documented from Africa, from Nigeria, who are currently in America, working as gardeners, working as domestic staff, they are scared because of the Trump administration and what has preceded its emergence as president. So that you should be very, very careful in dealing with these people. No, of course, you can see the video, Trump turned his face and looked at us. I'm like, no, I don't think you know what you're saying. But so at least the United States president is still going to, most of his executive actions are going to face legal hurdles. And I hope his administration is prepared for that.
You know, while talking,
I wanted to just respond to read a post earlier this morning by one of our bishops in the United States of America, who said that Bishop Uji would have been much more very straightforward than to go to blackmail the president on the stage. That she actually was the one who needed to have shown mercy to people who, within his denomination, that differed from their opinion. Many of them he still legal cases against in terms of speaking in the area of church. But you see, that's just an agenda. But there's something that I also want to speak to, which of course our very revered queen of economists, Ngozi Weala, spoke to, the reason around the Second World War. Again, and I think that even this council is more to Europe and to China. Because when you look at the circumstances that surrounded the Second World War, it was a vengeance of Europe against Germany that actually led to the hostilities. When, of course, after the loss of the Axis power in the First World War, a huge reparation payment was put on Germany that worsened the economy of Germany to the point that money became valueless in terms of inflation. And then, of course, that saw the emergence of Adolf Hitler, who rose to defend Germany. So if you put that vis-a-vis what data that is on the front, has Facebook been charged in Europe and in England? Yes. Had Amazon been fined by court? Yes. Had all the companies that belong to the American been exploited in Europe? Yes. Now, these are the questions that are on the front burner. Now, if they're doing all that and think that America will not respond, and then Trump says it's not me, because I was elected by my people to represent their interests. And I think other nations must also come to the table and put things on the cards on the table so that negotiation can go on. One of the things that stunned me about what Donald Trump says is the fact that he's not going to flaunt his strength to oppose anybody, but he wants to use his strength to bring about peace in the world. And I heard him speaking about Saudi Arabia, because it's not just about China and Canada. That it was quite disrespectful for Saudi Arabia not to think about bringing the price of oil down when he had won election, but he was driving it up. And therefore, it's going to release oil and not buy from them, so that the price of oil can go down. That is good news for the world, I guess. That what is actually about, for me, as far as I'm concerned, is fairness, is allowing just common sense to have its way. That God created one man, a woman, man and a woman, that is obvious. And then we don't need any theorization to add 50 more gender to the two that already exist. So let the world be governed by justice. Let it be governed by fairness. Let everybody have protection so that nobody is exploited at the mercy of others.
You do know that there are several interpretations of justice. To someone who's, or to a country who's affected by this or going to be affected by the tariff hike when it commences on February 1, justice would mean, okay, in this other area, you can retaliate in this other area. Because a top EU official has said that Europe would respond in a proportionate way to all of Trump's new tariffs and levies and some policies that he's coming up with. What that would mean, I think time would just reveal that. But there was another thing that Okonjo-Iweala also said while she was admonishing. She was saying that she was telling countries that they should not just wake up without doing the groundwork and begin to implement their own policy. Now, in that, there's a lot of wisdom. Could it be that countries might take rash decisions that could even hurt them just in a bid to retaliate? Yeah,
of course. We have seen that happen over time. Even the war against Russia was not thought out by Europe.
All right, we hope
who dragged America into that war unnecessarily. But you see, these are the way nations think, because they thought it was not going to be. All the challenges we are facing today in terms of the hike in prices, apart from the devastating effect of COVID-19, the Russia-Ukraine war has harmed more people globally than anything else. And who is the architect of this war is actually NATO, driven by Europe. So this is the thing that we're looking at in a world of fairness, where everybody is equitable and people are not just thinking about their interest alone, but factoring in the interest of the other people so that there can be mutual benefit in terms of global trade.
You know, Priyo was saying he hopes that the president of China, Xi Jinping, will actually listen to your reasoning. We appeal that every head of state and every president is listening to us on the table, as well as they're listening to the DG of the WTO, and then they allow good reasoning come into play, even as they think of what policies to make in retaliation to the U.S. trade policies. Well, let's take a break. When we return to the time for us to hear from you, we'll always look forward to hearing from you on posts and perspectives. Evelyn Oyuno will return to bring that to us. Stay.
Remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souq News.
Hey guys, my name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am Miss Nigeria United Nations. This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, guys. Make sure you are getting checked. It is important to get checked and make sure that this is prevented. And make sure that you are raising the awareness to your friends, your sisters, your loved ones as well.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Front.
Welcome to the last edition of Posts and Perspectives for this week. My name is Evelyn Ohiole, and what we do here on Posts and Perspectives is to bring to you your own views and perspectives as you have written it out on social media. So we scan through the different social media platforms, especially our own platform, Souq News TV, on YouTube, Twitter, now X, IG, Instagram, and TikTok. And of course, you know I do this with my 3 Gs here. Blessing, Priye, and Doc, who is the realest G. How are you doing?
This bias. Where do we take it to? Don't worry.
Don't worry. Let's get right into it this morning. I'm going to be starting with what today is for everyone all over the world, and that's the International Day of Education, with the theme for this year saying AI and education, preserving human agency in a world of automation. Let's see what people make of topics of discuss for today. I'll start with this one from our YouTube page. Okwayemi Adewale says, AI has come to stay in virtually every aspect of our lives. UNESCO came up with an AI guidance on how to use AI for learning in ethical ways. More attention should be paid to the human input in AI. Also, ethical use of AI should be emphasized, considering the fact that AI results can generate ethical concerns such as bias, regional alienation, and skewing of information to suit a particular sect. Another one from Love Praise Matthias says, AI-powered tools can help students with disabilities, such as language processing. And also, she says, the challenge here is that AI decision-making processes can be opaque, making it difficult to understand how AI arrives at certain conclusions or recommendations. And Darin Nasiwa says, Happy International Day of Education. I believe education empowers and transforms lives. Education has truly empowered me by opening my mind to new perspectives and possibilities. Let's continue to advocate for access to equal education for all learners. Hashtag education for all. Now, moving to you guys, I know you had a very broad and in-depth insight into this particular topic on the front burners, but let me start with Blessing. You know, AI, a lot of people believe that if we are not careful, that AI, as much as it has lots and lots of advantages, they believe the disadvantages in the nearest future is one that a lot of people might regret, especially when it comes to jobs, keeping our jobs and all of that.
That's why there is a place of upskilling. If we look at different jobs and even chores that we do in our homes, new methods, new technology have replaced certain. Before, when you want to, maybe if you want to grind tomatoes and pepper, some would use the mortar, some would use grinder stone. But do you use that today? You use blender because a new and better way has come up. So you have to purchase a blender to be able to take care of that. Same thing for certain jobs that new AI tools might replace. It is for those in that sector to begin to upskill now so that they are not left behind.
And mortar, you know, way of grinding your pepper. Some people still believe that you using your hand or the mortar is sweeter. Is it? All right, let's move on to the next story this morning. UK reaffirms support for Nigeria's fight against terrorism. Let's check out feedback on social media. Ose Maria says, where has UK ever succeeded in defeating terrorism? And Reka Titi Akirejola says, the right intervention will give us an edge in the fight against terrorism. And The Vibes says, we need more support beyond the walls of UK. Kudos to UK for joining hands in fighting terrorism to make Nigeria a more secure country for investors and bilateral relationships. And Mobilizing Nigerians on X says, UK has been an amazing partner to Nigeria in war against terrorism. Priye, do you think, especially with what Jose Maria said, that whereas UK ever succeeded in defeating terrorism, and there are people that believe that this is another way of, you know, calling on our colonial masters in, you know, inviting them to be in our business?
Okay, I want to say UK has actually succeeded in defeating terrorism because the kind of things they face as terrorism in their own climb is different from the kind of terrorism that the Nigerian security agencies are battling with over here. We allow these people to hibernate in ungoverned territories for quite a long time. They build structures and they acquire weapons to themselves, and they use that against state agencies, and they succeed to a specific level. In the United Kingdom, you don't see that kind of, or that level of terrorism. What you see is attacks on the streets, bombs explode here, or maybe improvised explosive device, maybe in the supermarket, and they always get to whoever perpetrates that act. And Nigeria can gain a lot from the United Kingdom. Even though defeating terrorism, Nigeria can do that if the political will, if it wants to do that itself, without the much involvement of the United Kingdom government.
Forces. Thank you so much, Priye. We move on to our next story this morning. Federal judge has blocked Trump's birthright citizenship order, says it is blatantly unconstitutional. Lionel in San Francisco says Trump thought an executive order signed by him could invalidate the 14th Amendment. Just now, the word grandiosity occurred to me. And Tristan Snell says, no, you cannot end birthright citizenship by executive order. No, you cannot end birthright citizenship by legislation. It is in the Constitution, so you need a constitutional amendment. Maybe try reading a book on how the U.S. government works. Carlos Velatoro says, federal judge in Seattle has temporarily blocked President Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship. It's a loss and first defeat for President Trump. Doc, do you think what Carlos said here, that it's a loss and first defeat for President Trump? Because I thought this can actually go to the Supreme.
Well, I think Trump understands the politics in America more than people try to underestimate. And he has not minds word in saying that he will indeed name the support of the lawmakers to ensure that this works. And now reasonably so, because the Republicans seems to have a control in the Senate and in the House of Reps. So the Congress now being dominated by the Republican is a show that American could be heading on the same direction. But looking at the logic around what it is, and I think that's what Trump is saying, you bring in illegal people into our country, criminals having bets in our country, and then, of course, we're adopting their children and their citizens, which, of course, one of the issues that Priya spoke to just now, that a bishop was mentioning, that he should show mercy on people who will be losing their parent and the rest of it. I think they are just common blackmail, and I think migration should be tidied up in the world so that this agenda of one particular community wanting to take over another should be a thing of the end. Americans does need peace. Yes. They need security in their environment. And without peace and security, development cannot occur. And I think these are things that will play out in the days to come. We cannot start to count losers or winners at this very early moment of Trump's regime.
Well said. Interesting days and weeks and probably months ahead, in the United States of America. Moving on to my last story this morning very quickly. Tit-for-tat trade war could be catastrophic, says the WTO chief, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Monticello's child says just shows how much those economies rely on the U.S. Maybe Trump is right. And Rofoneji says everybody should build their country, so they set their own tariff. If Donald J. Trump has proof of trade deficit between the U.S. and any country, the WTO should work with him to balance the trade agreement or get out of the way. No more pandering or worshipping global elitists. Doc, do you have anything to say concerning this?
Well, Trump, I learned yesterday, is already dancing on the grave of globalism, and because that works really for me, and I support that chap who says, yeah, we should not overhype globalism. It has not helped anybody. Some people are benefiting and others are losing massively. We need an equitable world, and nations should focus on building their nations, invest in their citizens, and then everybody is competitive because we know we all need each other, but that does not mean we have to sacrifice for others to be well while we are sick. And I don't think that's a fair system.
All right, thank you so much, Doc.
Passport.
All right, we have to go, but it's been an amazing time with you guys on the show since the beginning of this week till now. I mean, I always love to see your faces, Blessing especially, because if I say Doc especially,
you don't have me. You don't have me. You can't.
Protect me, it's not Blessing right now.
So protected, Doc. All right, we move on, and of course, we move to sports. I'm sure you are eager to hear everything you need to know in the ever-bubbling world of sport, especially the business of sports. TC Barra is on standby to bring you that, but that will be right after this break. My name is Evelyn Ohiole, and from my Ghana people, I say Makaye.
And status adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991, and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Souq, Enlightenment.
Yes, it's a beautiful Friday morning, and of course, reaching you from the heart of Lagos, Nigeria. This is halftime. Well, we could get to talk about the money side of sports. Well, we'll start off with some development story, and it is the announcement of Yusuf Ali as the head of Athletes Development and Podium Board and the National Sports Commission. And for Ali, the next Olympic appointment, talking about the Los Angeles 2028, will go on to serve as a key indicator of the success policies implemented by the board. Now, he added that it will be an important test of how much effectiveness has advanced, and this would also be reflected in other international sporting commitments of the country before and after the date. So his idea is to turn sport into an economically attractive and sustainable industry, if I might add. And of course, the NSC expects this project to contribute 5% of the national GDP and generate between $3 and $4 billion in net annual income, wait for it, by 2027. And according to the president of the Nigerian National Sports Commission, Malam Shehu Diko, to achieve this, he stated that inclusion of specific budgetary provisions that will go on to benefit the Nigerian Olympic Committee for the first time in years would facilitate this, among other things, including the construction of a permanent Nigerian Olympic Committee headquarters in Abuja and the support for preparation of the 2028 Olympic Games. He added that government plans to establish a high-performance center and then improve the country's sports infrastructure, with government's promise to enhance all of those facilities and improve on them. Stakeholders across the sports community are urged to collaborate with this vision, because for me personally, this feels like a wake-up call, considering what the Paris Olympics was like, an abysmal performance, if I might add. And if we start on the right note, I'm sure Los Angeles 2028 might just be giving Nigerians and Nigeria some medals. From Olympics to basketball, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs played a game in Paris against the Pacers, selling out the Accor Arena as part of the NBA Paris Games with over 15,000 in attendance. Victor Wembanyama collected 30 points and 11 rebounds as part of a successful homecoming, leading the San Antonio Spurs to 140 points to 110, dropping the Indiana Pacers yesterday. So there's going to be a second leg on Saturday. Some sponsorship stories: Springbrooks uniforms will now feature Coca-Cola branding. Coca-Cola has signed a 4-year deal to sponsor the South African Rugby Union, and that includes the men's and women's Springboks national teams, men's and women's Springboks Sevens, and the junior Springboks. As part of the new sponsorship arrangement, Coca-Cola branding will feature on all the national teams playing shorts, enhancing the iconic green and gold, which will debut on Saturday, the 25th of January, when the Springboks Sevens will take on Australia in Perth. So South African Rugby's first collaboration with Coca-Cola goes as far back as 3 decades ago. You know, they were also on board when Bucks finally won the 1995 World Cup on home soil, and then that left a mark with the Coca-Cola Rugby School of Excellence and the Coca-Cola Youth Weeks. Still keeping up with deals and franchise, Real Madrid became the first football club to reach more than 1 billion euros. That's over $1 billion in annual revenue. Real Madrid have become the first football club to hit that milestone, retaining the top spot in Deloitte's Money League study with that revenue from the 2023-2024 season. I mean, good looking out there, Real Madrid. Hopefully, we'll see more of that. But then I think the club is way beyond this era of signing some of the world's best. In deals making the round, Nick Dunlap has become the latest golfer to sign with Excel Sports Management. He's joining clients including Justin Thomas, Max Homer, with the new PGA Tour season getting on the way pretty soon. Now, last season, he became the first amateur in more than 30 years to win on the tour with his victory at the American Express in the California Desert. The American golfer did end the weekend high with 29 under par, 259, and broke the tournament scoring record as a 72-hole event. He sank the ball with a birdie putt at the par 5 16th to match USA's Sam Burns' lead at the Pete Dye Stadium course in La Quinta, California. Some money moves have happened in the world of football as Juventus have confirmed the signing of Paris Saint-Germain forward Randa Kolo Muani on loan for the rest of the season. A press release by the club says the Italian club will pay an initial loan fee of 1 million euros, which would increase, yes, possibility of an increase by further 2.6 million euros, and then another 2 million euros from performance-related add-ons, while an option or obligation to buy Kolo Muani permanently is not included in the deal. With that transpired deal, we're wrapping it up. I may just be transpiring out of the studio, but then let me hand you back to none other than Blessing, who is like the most sought-after female anchor right now in Africa. How's that for a good deal?
Well, thank you so much, TC Bear, for giving us a dose of what is going on in the sports world. Exciting deals taking place there. All right, before we call it a wrap on today's edition, which happens to be the finale for the week, just to look again at some comments from our YouTube channel. Someone says, Dear Okonjo-Iweala, we miss you. Remember Nigeria in your monetary prayers. Okay, and someone, the Scott Doctor, says, Dr. Dausa is talking about a word where every nation cares and not about personal interest. Sir, I think you are defining heaven. Here we have jackals and vultures. Doug, how do you respond to that? They say that's you talking about a word where every nation cares and not about personal interest can only happen in heaven.
I think we can make it work here. We can balance those interests, and that's why I try as much as possible to use the Alfred Nobel analysis. And what that just means is that nations build their capacity, do things themselves, and once you get to a certain level of strength, in international politics, and I think Priya knows this, they call it mutual assured destruction. Mm-hmm. And when we get to that point of mutual assured destruction, everybody will behave.
And even when sometimes certain policies are made, there could also be collateral damage. So maybe at this time, the world has to heed the admonition of the mother of the economy, who is Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, the mother of the global economy, and maybe some shooting of the sword might be okay, but you know, sometimes.
Yeah, but it was also good that we all celebrated that she got a second term.
Oh yes,
and,
oh yes.
Africa is still to count his gain.
And that's why,
she should actually speak for Africa.
And that's why Governor is saying that she should remember Nigeria in her monetary prayers.
Yeah, and I think it's important so that African has been the whipping boy of the continents in the world, and this is the right time for her to also speak for economic justice for Africa. There's a whole lot of pillaging and of course of the African continent, and there's no reciprocity in terms of reparation or even due compensation for what Africans are due for. And I think they only hang it on corruption, which of course again is perpetrated from the other side. So be our eye there, speak for us, and when Africa is good, the world will be better for it.
Well, we hope that good word actually happens. But, you know, if one is saying, let's protect our own, others might be saying, okay, wait till we can protect our own. It's an unfolding drama, and we'll bring you more updates as the world looks at how the reaction to the U.S. trade policies will be. I'm Blessing Aichi. Thank you for being with us Monday till now. We ask that you do this with us again Monday, 7 a.m. West African time, when the front burners light up again. You can also go back now and comment if you haven't shared your perspective regarding the issues shared today. From Priya.
Oh yes, I'm glad it's Friday, and like Doc said, I don't pray that we get to that place where we can have the MAD, mutually assured destruction, because of the stance of America, tariff, and world trade. I'm going to create Krumale to have yourself a splendid weekend.
Doc, won't you say something to your fellow Americans?
To the ever bubbling young population of Africa, the continent is in your hands.
I thought you were going to
We're
say
here
Americans.
to shape it so that you can learn and see how we can drive the conversation that Africa can become the next driver of global politics and economy.
We'll see you Monday. Bye.
Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. with the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is Souq Exclusive. You know, when it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late George Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about George Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right. Now, for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle, Olado Martins, was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us. How has it been for you growing up amidst celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with Great Uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area. And I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to Great Uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child, he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people. And we didn't appreciate it at the time. And when I told the story, when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. That was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother, Babatunde, and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokie-Apega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, she worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got experience all around from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artists, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looks after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie.
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together, and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share with me your experience working with Judge Michael. I'm eager
Yes.
to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990, well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to different artists. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. Okay. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager,
yes.
meeting at the car and having to just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in 96. Starting out in my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London, and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who was all nervous, and you looked after him, and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing, and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News, and he said, Jay, you've got to come on. We've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George. What a wonderful person he was, personable, kind, and when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy, very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and you'd say, oh, we have to do it. And he'd roll his eyes, oh, do we have to? But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had, and unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone. It
Yes,
just
you
feels
feel
like
he's alive
still
again.
alive
Yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in
Yes.
an interview that you granted,
Yes.
talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this, it's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans. And the way she, took the time to say, oh, hello, and oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from? And I thought that was really nice. And we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now. I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot. I guess that there are not many Black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people now able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Ipega, Harriman, Ipega & Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, could you go and find the publicist? And I had to say, I am the publicist. And they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because especially even now, in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, you know, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a wow events talking about having.
So you've been?
Oh, yes, I haven't been. But I'll leave you to have your experience.
Okay.
But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Bowles. So being a food critic.
Yes.
That's not very common. Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now, that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, you know, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food, why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, you know, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think Thomas Bowles coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had the taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world. People assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. You know, some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Come into these studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food."
That's funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it, but his voice is very loud. And what I'm really proud of him is that he said, "I want to come and see Nigeria for myself." You know, I hear these things at the foods, people like, "Oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food?" It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. You know, for people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers.
Yes.
Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last, you want longevity. So it might be that, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever. Or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of and use the talent, that platform they have, those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching Souq
Thank you.
News TV because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be
Definitely.
better. As a wrap-up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot because like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won the Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline, lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC, and they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware. And I want to be part of that journey with the BBC because it has been in the state where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm hoping to get involved with things like diversity causes and work with teams and everything and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
So it's very exciting time and get Nigeria involved as well, and do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got Souq News TV with you.
Yes.
You want to do things and we want to thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank
It
you.
means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
and you really want to change the narrative for people of color and make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind. So.
And God bless the soul too of George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on Souq Exclusive. We've been talking with, I like to add the to him. I hope the GDTI would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me. It's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community. The Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But what the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film, It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world class. Our characters are world class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Starr, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In a situation we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win, but in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edu. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I had the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know. And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.1% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos state very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 1999, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company in industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups want to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And then once I find out that you're not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators, and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a big difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy. And that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. I mean, one of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices, we'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching Last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Joss with these guys rapping serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers, and then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they got to think about. You got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you got to pay bills. But hip hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective of I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In this situation, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. That's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states and the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
consistent dripping. Nothing describes this woman more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akitola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after a service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Souq Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Souq SA and Guarantee Trust back in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolayan movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Souq SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Ukuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika. National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno-Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company, mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of large green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, Souq Enlightenment. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty, increases the taxation policies have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
Hello and welcome to News Hour on Souq News Television. I am Grace Komolafe. Fourth, the headlines. Federal government to build 10,000 houses for medical workers. South Sudan blocks social media following deadly riots, revenge attacks. Bank of Japan raises interest rates for the first time in over a year. Court blocks Trump's order to end birthright citizenship. Thank you for joining us. Now the news in full. The federal government has unveiled plans to construct 10,000 housing units under the Renewed Hope Medic Cities initiative. The project, led by the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, aims to provide affordable and decent homes for healthcare workers across Nigeria. Housing Minister Ahmed Dangiwa disclosed the plan during a meeting with the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NAD, in Abuja on Thursday. He noted that healthcare workers often face challenges securing accommodation in urban areas where most medical facilities are located. The initiative is part of the broader Renewed Hope Housing Program, which targets affordable housing for all Nigerians. So far, over 10,000 housing units are under construction in 14 locations, including Kasana, Abuja, which is 3,112 units, in Lagos State, 2,000 units, and Kano State, 2,000 units. Also, 12 Renewed Hope estates, each with 250 units, are being developed in 12 states, with plans to expand to all 36 states. Healthcare workers can access these homes through options like long-term mortgage loans, rent-to-own schemes, and installment payments. President Bola Tinubu assured the Nigerian Armed Forces on Thursday that his administration would not compromise on the welfare of troops. Speaking at the inauguration of the Bola Tinubu Barracks in Abuja, the president emphasized his commitment to providing the necessary support for soldiers to carry out their duties effectively, while urging the troops to embrace the culture of proper maintenance to preserve their new facilities. The newly inaugurated barracks includes 614 accommodations for military personnel and their families, as well as worship centers, sports facilities, and modern infrastructure. However, Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, highlighted the ongoing housing challenges within the Nigerian Army, stating that over 40% of personnel remains without proper accommodation. And Nigerian telecom subscribers could potentially protest a 50% tariff increase approved by the federal government, calling for a smaller 10% adjustment instead. The National Association of Telecommunications Subscribers, NATCOMS, plans to meet with the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, on Friday to discuss the issue. The National Association of Telecommunications Subscribers instead to file a lawsuit next week to challenge the hike if no resolution is made. It would be the first in over a decade. The increase is designed to support the struggling telecom sector, which contributes about 14% to Nigeria's economy. This, however, has drawn criticism from labor unions and student groups. The Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, defended the hike, saying it is necessary to address rising inflation and operational costs. While subscribers and unions demand more affordable rates, NATCOMS have urged peaceful dialogue, warning that boycotts could harm investors' confidence. Moving on to the next story, experts have called for policy framework. The need for an AI policy framework and regulations on data protection has been identified as the bedrock of achieving and sustaining the opportunities embedded in the development of artificial intelligence. A tech expert and Chief Executive Officer, ECO Africa, Samuel Efosa, made this known in celebration of this year's International Day of Education with the theme, AI and Education, Human Agency in an Automated World. Speaking on the role of AI in education, Efosa identified factors such as ease of access to information and greater ability to perform educational tasks as some of the advantages of harnessing AI for learning.
AI getting people to do things faster than normal. Some of the advantages that you see is faster learning. People have access now, so there's inclusiveness of the access to education. Normally, if I wanted to find a book, I would have to go to the library and search through catalogs of different books to just find something on chemistry. But today I can just type it into a computer and instantly it just gives me a whole download on it. So there's easy access to this education now with AI. There's also the simplification of complex topics being compressed into shorter contexts.
The need for a policy design that will see to the protection of users' data and facilitate informed development of AI tools.
In education, again, the only limitation I would see or the negative challenges that we face with AI is the limitation to infrastructure. For example, we don't have infrastructure to foster artificial intelligence in our school, in our educational system in places like Nigeria and Africa. Another part of the negative challenges that I see as a tech expert in Nigeria is the policy.
Efosa therefore called on teachers, tech experts, and government at all levels to see beyond the bias that characterize the deployment of AI and work towards leveraging the numerous advantages of deploying AI. Still on the International Day of Education, we'll bring you more information on this day in this report. Please stay.
Education, the bedrock of any society, is a right for every human as it helps facilitate learning, knowledge, skills, values, and habits that enable individuals to develop their full potential with critical thinking and the ability to participate effectively in society. Enshrined in the Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, prescribes free and compulsory elementary education for every child across all nations. The International Day of Education is dedicated to celebrate the role of education for bringing global peace and sustainable development. This annual international observance held on January 24 follows the adoption of a resolution by the United Nations General Assembly on December 3, 2018. Upon its adoption in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in September 2015, the international community recognized that education is essential for the success of all 17 of its goals. The theme for this year, AI and Education, Human Agency in an Automated World, seeks to highlight the technology's transformative potential in reshaping global education systems. The day emphasizes the power of education to equip individuals and communities to navigate, influence, and understand technological advancement into this world, regardless of circumstances.
Well, artificial intelligence has helped tremendously in the development of education, but unfortunately the government has not really keyed into AI in the education sector.
I think it helped in one-on-one tutoring for the student, and it has enhanced teaching in such a way that students can go to AI to ask some various questions, even for follow-up after classes.
AI is useful to me as a student because gone are the days where we will go to libraries searching stacks of books just to get information. But with the help of AI now, we just get answers. We just say a few types away. AI be benefit to me and my colleagues as a student.
Various organizations such as UNICEF, UNESCO, and the World Bank are leading programs to improve educational infrastructure, provide learning materials, and support teacher training in underserved regions. Through educational workshops and social media campaigns, awareness is raised on the importance of education in creating a peaceful world.
So, artificial intelligence and education, they are very important. You cannot say, in this modern age, you cannot separate one from the other. The future now lies with artificial intelligence. A lot of people will lose their jobs very soon in the nearest future through AI and through artificial intelligence.
Individuals, educators, and organizations are encouraged to participate in the International Day of Education by advocating for accessible and equitable education with a focus on using technology. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
Speaking on raising funds from cultural activities, the federal government, through the National Institute for Cultural Orientation, NICO, has announced an ambitious plan to generate $5 billion annually by hosting the World Orisha Congress, a cultural event aimed at reconnecting Africans in the diaspora with their ancestral roots. NICO Executive Secretary Biodun Ajiboye revealed that the Congress is expected to attract over 1 million visitors globally, creating investment opportunities and boosting Nigeria's gross domestic product. Ajiboye emphasized the Congress as a celebration of African cultural identity and heritage, particularly for descendants of enslaved Africans yearning to reconnect with their origins. He highlighted Nigeria's potential to join global leaders like Saudi Arabia and India in leveraging cultural tourism for economic gains. With over 500 million Orisha devotees worldwide, including 89 million in Brazil alone, this initiative is set to become a major revenue generator while preserving Nigeria's cultural history. The Congress will feature rituals, festivals, and craftsmanship, fostering cross-cultural understanding and economic growth. Collaboration with diaspora communities and international stakeholders has already begun to ensure the project's success. The event underscores Nigeria's commitment to tapping into its rich cultural heritage as a sustainable economic driver. And away from that, the Lagos state government has given traders under the Akpogbon Bridge on Lagos Island a 48-hour ultimatum to vacate the area. This announcement was made on Thursday by the Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, during an inspection tour of the Savage, Elegbata, Bombata drainage channel around Olowogbowo and Akpogbon. Wahab, speaking through the ministry's spokesperson, Kunle Adesina, said the move was part of the state's urban regeneration effort on Lagos Island. He explained that trading and building on drainage setbacks hinders proper maintenance and leads to flooding. During the tour, Wahab noticed that livestock traders had turned the area into a market and ranch. He ordered their immediate relocation to designated markets, while 2 buildings were sealed for storing construction materials on drainage systems, blocking water flow. The government has warned that enforcement will begin if traders fail to comply with the evacuation notice. It's still News Hour on Souq News Television. Please stay with us as we bring you more stories. South Sudan blocks social media following deadly riots, revenge attack. More of it after this break. South Sudanese authorities have suspended access to social media platforms, including Facebook and TikTok, for at least 30 days, following violent riots and revenge attacks triggered by videos of alleged killings of South Sudanese nationals in Sudan's El Gezeri state. Director General of the National Communications Authority, Napoleon Addock, issued the directive to internet service providers on Wednesday, citing the need to curb the spread of unprecedented levels of extreme violence through social media. The block is intended to prevent further unrest and mitigate public outrage stemming from the disturbing videos. Mobile operators have confirmed that access to several social media platforms would be restricted for a maximum of 90 days. This measure follows last week's riots in Juba and other cities, during which at least 16 Sudanese nationals were killed. South Sudanese youth looted and vandalized shops owned by Sudanese nationals and set several homes ablaze, accusing Sudan's military and allied groups of involvement in the killings in El Gezira. Journalists in Judah reported that access to Facebook and TikTok had been blocked. Authorities hope the social media ban will help restore calm in the country after the violent backlash. And now in Ghana, the Office of the President has directed all heads of government institutions to submit detailed information on staff added to their payrolls since December 7, 2024. This directive, signed by Chief of Staff Julius Debra on January 15, 2025, is part of the Mahama administration's effort to improve transparency and address payroll inefficiencies. Institutions are required to provide key details such as employees' name, job title, identification numbers, and dates of appointment and payroll inclusion, with a submission deadline of January 31, 2025. The initiative is a strategic move aimed at eliminating ghost names from government payrolls and ensuring better financing management within the public sector. Deborah emphasized the importance of this process in maintaining accountability, urging institutions to cooperate fully. He assured institutions of the administration's support in clarifying any challenges during the process, highlighting the broader strategy to safeguard public funds and streamline payroll management. And in a progressive update, Singapore's factories made 10.6% more products in December compared to the same time last year. According to the Economic Development Board, this was better than experts predicted, as they expected only a 6.2% increase. The electronics sector grew by 14.3%, while items like consumer gadgets and computer parts saw big increases. But some electronic components shrank by 9.2%. Other industries such as transport, engineering grew at 16%, biomedical manufacturing at 9.4%, precision engineering is 3.9%, and chemical recorded 3.1%. In Syria's new leaders are incorporating Islamic teachings into police training as they work to replace Bashar al-Assad's dismantled security forces. Recruits primarily from the former rebel stronghold of Idlib are being evaluated on their beliefs and given brief training centered on Sharia law. The move aims to instill morality and restore security, but raises concerns globally. Analysts warn it could deepen divisions in Syria's diverse population after years of war and alienate foreign governments. Western officials are also questioning the role Islam may play in a revised constitution under the new summit Muslim leadership. Away from that, the Bank of Japan, BOJ, has increased interest rates to 0.5%, which is recorded as the highest level since 2008, beg your pardon. This rise shows confidence that rising wages will keep inflation steady at its 2% target, and the country hasn't had a high rate hike since July of last year. The decision also came just after a few days of U.S. President Donald Trump's start of term. His policies, such as possible higher tariffs, could impact global trade and economies like Japan's. It is believed that raising interest rates will prompt many companies to continue to raise wages, helping people afford higher prices and keeping inflation steady. The Bank of Japan's Governor Kazuo Uda said the bank might increase rates further if wages continue to grow and boost spending. The BOJ predicts inflation will reach 2.4% in 2025 before setting at 2% in 2026. News Hour is still on. Northamptonshire Council's test AI to improve public services. Please stay for the full details after this timeout.
Born Lateef Kayode Jakonde in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakonde ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakonde established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakonde was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakonde was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakonde, Souq Enlightenment.
West Northamptonshire Council is piloting 3 innovative projects to explore the use of artificial intelligence AI in addressing homelessness, special educational needs, and customer services. The council hopes AI can help identify individuals at risk of homelessness earlier and streamline the assessment process for education, health, and care plans to ensure children receive timely support. Cabinet member for Corporate Services, Mike Hallam, emphasized the Council's commitment to making West Northants a hub for AI innovation and improving lives through technology. Northamptonshire Council is also exploring AI applications, including Microsoft Copilot, to take notes in adult social care. This initiative aims to save staff time and enhance service delivery. In addition, the Council is planning AI trial for its website and customer service channels to boost productivity and improve resident experiences. Conservative Council leader Justin Smithers highlighted the importance of investing in digital and innovative technologies, with funding already allocated in the 2025-2026 budget for expanding such initiatives. In a viral address at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, U.S. President Donald Trump claimed that lowering global oil prices could immediately end the Russia-Ukraine war. Trump said the plans to press the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, and its leading member, Saudi Arabia, to reduce crude oil prices. This announcement followed a discussion with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who had previously pledged $600 billion in investment in the U.S. over the next 4 years. However, Trump indicated he would push for an increase in the commitment to $1 trillion. This statement has sparked debate among analysts about the flexibility of such a strategy and its potential impact on the ongoing conflict. Now, speaking on U.S. politics, a U.S. federal district court has temporarily blocked President Donald Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenships, calling it unconstitutional. The ruling was issued on Thursday, January 23rd, 2025 by Judge John Kavanaugh. The executive order signed on January 20 was set to take effect on February 19th, but 18 states' attorney general challenged it in court. They also requested a fast-track ruling to block enforcement before the order could become effective. During a hearing in Souq, Justice Department lawyer Brett Shumitz began defending the order, but Judge Kavanaugh interrupted, questioning its constitutionality. He described the order as blatant, unconstitutional, and criticized it as an action that boggles the mind. The executive order aimed to overturn the centuries-old law guaranteeing citizenship to children born in the U.S., regardless of their parents' immigration status. This move was a key part of President Trump's immigration crackdown, which also included ordering the deployment of 1,500 troops to guide the border. Local reports suggest that up to 10,000 troops could eventually be deployed. Moving ahead, Bitcoin has reached an all-time high of $109,071, driven by ETF approvals and President Donald Trump's pledge to be a crypto president during his campaign. The cryptocurrency's sudden rise has sparked confidence among crypto fans, with its value more than doubling in the past year. However, some top investors remain skeptical, pointing out the difficulty in determining the cryptocurrency's essential value, which poses challenges for serious investors despite its soaring popularity. Wrapping up with some sports stories, Super Eagles absent from CAF's top 5 AFCON favorites. And we'll bring you results and updates of the Europa League, which resumed this week, just after this break. Nigeria Super Eagles have surprisingly missed out on the Confederation of African Football's list of top 5 favorites to win the upcoming Africa Cup of Nations AFCON. The list released by CAF features continental powerhouses like Morocco, Senegal, Egypt, Algeria, and Tunisia. leaving many fans questioning the exclusion of the three-time African champions. Despite boasting a strong squad of international stars and a solid history in African football, the Super Eagles have not been tipped as front-runners for the title. Analysts suggest this could be due to recent inconsistencies in the performance and stiff competition from other teams. The 2025 AFCON tournament is set to kick off soon, and Nigerian fans will hope their team can defy the odds and make a strong statement on the pitch. And now the Europa League resumes yesterday with 5 exciting games played. Tottenham Hotspur defeated Hoffenheim by 3 goals to 2. Tottenham took control of most of the game, coming from a very early lead by James Maddison. Hoffenheim fought back in the second half, but a brace by Tottenham star Son, who sealed the game. In the other games, Manchester United defeated Rangers 2-1 in a must-win game to stay in the competition. The Red Devils took the lead through an own goal and captain Bruno Fernandes scoring a last-minute winner. Meanwhile, Porto lost at home to Olympiacos by a lone goal, while Lazio dispatched a Sociedad 3-1 at home after the Sociedad play for nonce was shown a red card. In Turkey, Fenerbahce and Lyon ended in a goalless draw. And that's it. That's the update on the sports this afternoon. Do join TC Barra on Inside Sport at 4 p.m. And that's the news hour on Souq News Television. We are live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and X. I am Grace Komalafe. Good afternoon.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contributes to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, Mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what So I was born in that little place, and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends. Okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were our brothers' keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Chekirandu Hall, So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did a program And I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happen during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Lintas and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Lintas, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, no, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. And I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through, and that was it. I got onto the board, and somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN, and they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me anyway? To cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank. Return full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world. And I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then, okay? Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. For instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be, okay? So now, people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures, like the one you are building up now will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check. Okay? I mean, we have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be. You know, so in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts so before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. I mean, people are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity in the media. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. I mean, thanks to our mobile news. I mean, you talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feel important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. And said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time, and I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay, so that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay, but at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get for their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. I mean, in the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. I mean, maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks. So people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still growing. Now, The banks for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history, and it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said, even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Obalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igboshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you are reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I got to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buban Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates. Staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they like. They can wear, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Primarily the female. Even the guys wearing what things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background, there is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling, okay? You still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course I work. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I said to my friend, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that? So you don't become like a Christmas tree, on the road. That was the third one. Food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay. So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up the slightly heavy one and the slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? You understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Journey 7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. My parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there. Okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will invite me, the top fashion designers there would, when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing and what of man goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that now. When you look at me the first time you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working or I'll make life miserable for you, know. What I will advise even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls, they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I would advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose ox is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow you, your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of, the way I see it, it's like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, you know, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is DJ Taro, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdul Karim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues and, just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last, 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeats entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel, one, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians, through the multinationals and even the governments, don't appreciate their own. You see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember our Nigerian artists were chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So what is the essence of you inviting 50 Cent from America to come to Nigeria and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own artists and treat them like animals.
2004, right? The American rapper 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria to have a concert at 4 city concerts, right?
That's right.
And then they had done the first one.
That's right.
And then the second one, the artists and everybody was supposed to board. And the news that we heard was Idris done the fight 50 Cent. And it became this huge deal that 50 Cent had to cut the show short and then moved. I've heard the game, Young Buck, a number of other people tell the story from their own perspective.
One of the most craziest experiences that I've had, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. We was on a plane. We was on one plane. We had chartered this one big plane for everybody who's on the whole entire show. One of the guys felt like we were 50 was sitting in his seat, right? And the guy had, made a big scene like, yo. And security was like telling them, yo, you sitting in 50 seat, chill, can you get up or whatever, whatnot. So the security kind of probably, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was.
What happened, man?
We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one, it's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stopped.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was, because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew, and I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. That was a month after Wyclef came through Guinness, and we know it was a marketing strategy between the two multinationals. So I told them that, listen, if you're inviting me to play alongside with 50 Cent, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. If you're giving 50 Cent an executive room in any 7-star hotel, I want my room to be opposite 50 Cent. If you're giving 50 Cent 25 babes, you must give me 25 babes.
Right.
If you're giving 50 Cent 25 carton of Cristal, Dom Perignon, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, I want the same. Because Nigerians are the one buying the shares. Nigerians are the one drinking the beers. And it is our music that you're using to sell your products without royalties. I was the highest paid artist on that show. I got 1.5 million naira per show for the first time. Then an artist was going to be paid that much.
And there was 6 shows. I told them that whatever it is you're giving 50 cents, that's what you're going to give me. And they said, okay, no problem. We have a deal. Waited for them to put the write-up together so I can sign. They never did. But they credited my account. Right. Just normal Nigerian style, believing that, okay, he will come for the show and all that. So, well, as a street boy, I had an agreement with you. I stand by my agreement. The first show was at the TBS. So I was at the backstage with my crew, E-Money, KC, Ayani Marshall, Tony 1 Week, that the showcase, everybody was at backstage. And all of a sudden, the security came and said, you all have to leave the backstage. And they created one canopy. There was no AC in the canopy. And they now pushed all Nigerian artists. You needed to see that day, man. Treated Nigerian artists like animals. And I felt like, no, man, this is not going to happen to me. It was 50 Cent security that was leading the Nigerians security. We're like, hey, you, what are you doing at the backstage? You got to get the F out of that sleep. I was like, excuse me, who are you, man? I don't know who you are. So yeah, 50 Cent is coming backstage. So why should I leave? I'm performing along 50 Cent, so why should I leave? I'm Idris Abdul Karim. What's the problem? And it was like, no, we don't want anybody. I said, you can't do nothing. I'm staying right here. So he went back to the organizer, and the organizer was like, woo. So he said, no, leave him alone. Don't go there. They knew exactly what they were doing.
So you already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos
It happened at the Lagos show, at TBS, right here. A lot of the Nigerian artists had to call these multinationals and I begged them to be on bill for the show. Right. You understand what I'm saying? So I was the highest paid at that moment. So I said, no, man, I ain't leaving. So 50 Cent came, with his crew and all that, and they went on stage and performed, and he sprayed 100 Naira notes, new 100 Naira notes, in the crowd, and the crowd thought it was dollars. Funny enough, some stories that you don't know is that approximately about 5 people died that night. The Nigerian bureaus covered it up. People were raped, phones were stolen, and they covered it up with the press. So basically, got to the airport around 8 o'clock, waited for 50 Cent and his crew for almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. And they finally came. I was seated on the business class and walked up to me and said, yeah, you got to get the fuck out of that seat. That's 50 Cent's seat. And I was like, excuse me, we don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. Get to know you and learn how the American market works. And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers and they were like, they don't know. So he came back and said, yo, we just spoke with the organizer and they said they don't fucking know who you are. Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, took it as if, you finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane.
About 12 of them, they attacked me. Then my boys came from the economic class, Soso, Malo, everybody, to come and, And meanwhile, Nigerian artists were there. They were all like,
everybody was close.
While they were coming in, a lot of them were even saying that it's into they do. Waiting being problem, sir. It's they do. Meanwhile, they were not on the bill of the show. They were called to beg to be on the show.
Right.
So the slave mentality is still, my guy rescued me, and funny enough, DJ T, if you remember DJ T, was recording everything that happened, how they attacked me.
DJ T has
he has the footage. So he kept it. And immediately that happened, I just went to the door and jammed the door, and the pilot was like, oh, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell is going on. And I was like, yo, Fiti, I'm performing alongside with you and you disrespect me. I could have been in America and do the same to you. Right. I know what would have happened. You know what I mean? And it was like, They never told us they were artists in the plane. You know, they told us they were workers in the plane. It's like, okay.
So the organizers told 50 Cent and his crew that
there was no
artists are not artists. So
yes, that there were workers who basically just wanted to follow the.
Right.
It's like they finally opened the door and they said everybody should get down. So I came down and the Nigerian Breweries organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu, he walked up to me and was like, Idris, we're sorry, it was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to. I was like, no, man, I'm not doing that.
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted to have a handshake?
Because from the beginning they knew exactly what they were doing, and for me that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life, and I had to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. We have talent, we have content, we're just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. The music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you know, in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like people that are benefiting now don't understand what I had to give up? And at the time, were there active people that were trying to blacklist you?
Oh, of course. For me, it was a revolution.
You thought of it like, I'm going to do this for a cause?
Yes.
Or you just wanted to make a statement right now?
No, for a cause. Right. For Nigerian artists to be respected and to be paid very well. And it finally happened. Without that revolution, there wouldn't have been the Burna Boy, the video. They wouldn't have been benefiting whatever it is that they are benefiting now.
Does it offend you? Does it hurt you? Do you feel betrayed when these stars now look at their own personal stories and how they've been successful and go like, nobody paved the way?
Oh, because they are selfish. Because they've never gone through a time before in their life. They never knew what it took Baba Kekeke Ogungbe to give us platform at that time when everybody was saying that no, rap music or Afro music will never be what it is. That no, go back to the studio and record Juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and sing your dialect. But this was a beautiful new song. It was Afro hip hop, which is called Afrobeat today.
There's a tendency for people to be fixated on Idris, what Idris is saying, how Idris is sounding, or Idris fought with 50 Cent, or Idris did Nigeria Jaga Jaga. To me, I think it removes sometimes from the quality work that you've done, right? And we're talking about with the remedies with you as a solo artist. Do you look back on your discography and wish it was produced at a different time? Are you happy with what you were able to do for yourself with Eddie, with Kenny Music, and with Lacrim and every other thing that you've done? Do you think you came at the right time, or would you have preferred to have come like now that it's easier to make music and easier to
I came at the right time. If I didn't come at the right time, I wouldn't have revolutionized the industry. Today, there wouldn't have been what we have today.
That's how you feel?
Oh, yes. The point is that it was 21 years ago that I sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And it took Nigerians 21 years to understand the meaning of Jaga Jaga because they have started feeling the heat. Nigerians forget easily. But now, you don't they hit everybody. Now, people, before, they dance to the beats. But now they listen to the lyrics like, oh, okay, this is what Idris was saying 21 years ago. Even Obasanjo himself has become the chief campaigner of Jaga Jaga today. He said, my papa and my mama Jaga Jaga, but funny enough, he's my father. So Obasanjo is the real Jaga Jaga. It's the problem of Nigeria. It's the one that put us to where we are today. Thank God I've been vindicated.
You feel like you...
Oh, vindication sweet me. During Goodluck Jonathan, fuel was 180 naira. Buhari came and took it to 350. Tinubu came and skyrocketed it to what? 700 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, dollar was 189. Buhari came and took it to 320. Tinubu came, skyrocketed to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Goodluck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%. Impoverished Nigerians, doing everything possible to make people go crazy and sad. So if you hate the truth, it's because you're eating from the government. They say you don't talk where you eat. Of course, that is the principle.
So for you, are you content to be there's a song that you mentioned that Two-Face at the time did a song that said he wanted to be like Obasanjo. But me, I won't be like Fela and Nicola.
Why do you want to be like Obasanjo, somebody that sent somebody to kill and wiped out the OOD?
I'm sure that was talking in a certain context.
It doesn't matter. You have to take your time to know exactly what you are talking about to want to be like somebody.
But you want to be like Fela?
Most definitely.
With all of the criticisms that Fela had?
Most definitely.
It's not a problem for you?
Oh no, most definitely. Because I know they lied against him.
Which one of them again? Which lie did they lie?
Not today. That he had AIDS when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about
Please, guy. Watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys. Dede Mabiaku will tell you much about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Bro, it's a saddening situation we find ourselves in this country. Immediately, you are a person that speaks the truth. Just know that you are the enemy of the state. They will create lies on your head. But who gives a damn when God loves you for speaking the truth? I'm an ambassador to God. I am satisfied. I am happy. Nowhere you go that they play Nigeria Jaga Jaga that you won't see everybody stand up and start dancing. People are feeling the heat. Jaga Jaga will stop raining the day Nigeria becomes a great country.
Nobody can accuse Idris Abdulkarim of not saying his mind, right? Whatever, either in song, either through your social media, you say it's how you feel it. Do you feel like that often makes people want to stay away? Like, nah, Idris on too much. Or you don't care once you get your truth off?
Anybody that hates the truth is the enemy of the state. Funny enough, most of the enemy of the state are part of the state. You can imagine that after DJ T recorded everything that happened, Charlie Boy was the P-Man president at that time. And he came to the airport, and his responsibility was to take that off and fight for the artists. But he went behind and collected money from Nigerian bureaus to blacklist me.
Do you know that for a fact? Or
are you kidding me?
You know that for a fact?
Are you kidding me? Where is the tape? Ask Mr. The DJ T. Ask now. DJ T will tell you that the tape is with Charlie Boy. So he used it to negotiate. Now today we there for Nigeria. We don't know what's in the apple. I say it all the time. It's all over the internet. I'm not scared to say my truth.
That's right.
There are a lot of truth that I haven't even said. Because I'm waiting for the right time to say those things. So I'm coming up with documentary very, very soon to expose a lot of things.
It's interesting that you mentioned that there's a documentary in the works. So typically, it appears like for the last 20 to 25 years of Afrobeats, there hasn't been much storytelling, deliberate curation of this period,
That's
you
right.
can count how many people have done books.
That's right.
I've done 2 books.
That's right.
Right. There's been only 2 documentaries. And you have all of these icons and legends that are growing old by the day. How do you think that we as Nigerians should invest our time and resources into curating the stories for history and then for posterity?
Yes, most times you flash back and get to understand that even in our schools today, history has been taken off the curriculum because it was intentional for a lot of people not to understand their history in order not to stand up and fight for it. How would you do that to your citizens? How would you do that to your own citizens? Just because of the bad things that you have done, you don't want Nigerians to know so they don't wake up and revolutionize against you tomorrow. Right. So my advice for individuals is never lie to yourself. Stand up, appreciate yourself, unite, forget about religion and tribal sentiment. Unite in any group that you are, in any platform that you represent, in any government that you represent. Stand up and know your right and fight for your right. Invest also in your right. Invest in everything that you all do. Unite together and speak in one voice. If not, forget it.
Them say I fight 50 cents. See them out, them just say and anyhow. Them say I don't go exile. Mr. President catch you, he go flog you. For your information, they met Mr. President 101 inside a Souq. Them say I don't go make them again. Them say I ain't got no game. And this music come back again. Take a head, do you want? Them say I don't like government because they treat my people anyhow. Them say they don't give me show. They won't see how rude boy won't survive. They travel to America and Canada, Asian, Caribbean, South Africa. Met in the Soviet, you were doing it right. Now I'm back home, black and wicked and inside. For my friends who love me, I thank you well. Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you are convinced of?
Oh, most definitely. I will at the right time. Right. If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls.
About.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jesus said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth? That has given you everything. Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across to it?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Patutomi, right. Dora Kinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy. We love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odegbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK. Live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
But for the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdulkarim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one bring you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt and we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Kinyuli was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow. People are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this to you.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Odegbami. We grew up in Kano together, right. And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meter, collected the torch, and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. I knew he started crying from the moment.
You got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when he got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
It's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried. I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, touch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower. Then I did my ablution and I did my salat. If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way. Tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day. And after 7 days, we go back to Lagos. I slept. And the word was Nigeria, Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately. Pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. And I look at everything scatter. Poor man, they suffer. Bosa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso. I called Chris Okoro. And we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done. And then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month to know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Right. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and gave me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free. whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, you know. May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, you know. I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, you know. I appreciate my brother Imoni, you know. That's when you know who are your friends, you know, that came out to show you love and support you, you know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboe. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
You burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was, right? At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've done quite some stuff, and I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. In just a brief words, how, now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? You were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music, and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, Idris, come and stay with me. Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, you're called.
People say that they hear from God,
it's for real.
Like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when he said it's time, and he tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995.
Okay.
Looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Oh, yes. Hip hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. So I was still in military school then, Army Day, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, perform before. So one day, my agricultural teacher was like, there's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house. So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, alongside with, Yinkama Jekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumoso. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music. Wow. I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity and avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. To speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. She sells pepper soup. So they come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew, had, and, How did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like this is not right? And then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at the side of my tummy. So it was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd that I managed to perform. I went back home, I told my wife, went to the hospital, and stayed to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to, what's it called? We need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and they said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis. Told me everything and put me through everything. I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it? Was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboye at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, we got an appointment with Dr. Bamboye, went to see Dr. Bamboye. A man is an angel, man. So went to see Dr. Bamboye, and Dr. Bamboye was like, hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. We appreciate people. You're not just
a regular patient.
Regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there. So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, okay, so Idris, here is the point. Your kidney has failed.
As it is now.
Now, you're on stage 4. So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby. And I was like, so how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital, it was like, no, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that. Yeah. So what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends. Then right there, my wife was like, can I donate for him? We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, can I donate for him? And doctor was like, yes, if you are compatible. And she was like, how do I know that I'm compatible? Said, you have to go through a couple of tests. He said, can I start now? Doctor was like, yes. So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. This was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bambowe told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said, and were compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. We were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the Indian woman came and were like, Abdul, how are you? I'm fine. You know, said, so, Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. Just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. You know, I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go, and I'm happy for that. So everything is gonna be fine. You know, just relax yourself, okay? I say, yes, doc, thank you very much. So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, you know, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon as they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone.
I know.
And 5 hours later, it was pain
That woke you.
that woke me up. So much pain. And I was like, I want water. I want to drink water. And the Indian woman was like, Idris, this is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, where's my wife? You know, where's my wife? Like, don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine and everything is okay with her, you know. So I started praying. And the doctor was like, congratulations. It was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations. I was like, I want to see my wife, you know, because they've done her since. So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, what's up? She see me, I cry, I shout, you know. I say, she's fine, don't worry. Like, how am I? I said, I'm very, very fine, you know. And she was like, we thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest. So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days, you know. Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, you know. So came to check us on for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Go back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain, and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, no, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat. I was like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Oh, wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? So yes. I was like, oh God, I give you the glory. Thank you.
I saw a few comments and one stood out to me. And somebody said, who doesn't know you, by the way? Just said, look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it.
I would do the same because she's a godsend. From the day that I met her,
right,
and my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is not a good man? It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go. If you are a bad man, no woman would want to give you a kidney.
That's a good
And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much.
Right.
So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
there are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve the Slate Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But, you know, I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, you know, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. You know, I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means, like Fela said, we go here and
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally, you know, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
and you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, you know. May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, you know. I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, you know. I appreciate my brother Imoni, you know. That's when you know who are your friends, you know, that came out to show you love and support you, you know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow, by Dr. Bamboyi.
People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Trend 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kano. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off the stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything. And Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, okay. The guy called me, said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kano. And he went to Abuja. Went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus. I was bringing tomato and pepper and came
so
to...
you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. I wanted to tata ati tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge, then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning, the hold up is piling up, and I walk through any car that is an under car. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road,
Oh, that's true.
That's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So the wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu nan muka fara Kano ta kare ko da mai ka zo an fika na je kura da ciromawa na ibawa har nasarawa mun shiga city jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo a kwana a tashi na gan duniya na iso na gaida gida ne Kano city. So they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing like, hey. What's your name? Idris. Idris. I like you. Yeah, let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts, from that time till today, when I made it, I still keep those contacts.
We could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine. Thank you, Taiwo.
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Live. My name is Hans Mba. We are on Souq News Television, as you already know. On the show today, we have another special guest, like we always do every time you see Inside Live on your screen. Now, this is a musician, like one of my friends likes to call it, I like to say. So he's a musician of a different kind. This is so he performs, or he hones his skills on a different kind of stage. I will not tell the story for him, but let him do it. He's none other than Komi
Flame.
Komi Flames is in the house, but I like to call him Daniel Ahanji. How are you doing, sir?
Very well, sir.
First and foremost, what you do is different. And I think I know where it's from, but I would like the people to also know where that came from. Tell us what you do.
So my name is Komi Flame, and I do busking. Busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people and also to make tip from it.
All of this stress I've been under. Red on my cup running over. But I'm okay tonight. Oh, yeah, we gon' be alright. But I'm okay tonight.
Okay, if you say it like that, it's a bit iffy. So, busking, break it down for us. What does the art of busking? Because from what we know about busking, from what I know about busking, it's you see it on movies when people travel on trips. Yeah. You see people on the streets. So it's either their hats open on the floor, they're playing a keyboard, or they're playing drums, or they're actually just singing. You know. So explain your type of busking or busking. Busking?
Yes.
Please explain to us.
So my type of busking is me singing and playing the guitar at the same time. And also busking is spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G, not B-O-X-I-N-G. It's spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G. Okay. So busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people, or playing in any public place at all to entertain people and make people listen or watch what you are doing. It might be music, playing an instrument, magic, anything. Just a public showcase of anything you can do, and that's just it.
What makes me in awe of this art, right? It's a different kind of art, it's iffy almost. Why busking? Why did you believe in busking? Because
I know from around here, I've been around a while. I've been around music circles. I've been around, entertainment for a while.
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone do busking
in this part of the world. Right?
In this part of the world. So I really we want to get into your mind space. How long have you done this for, by the way?
I've been busking since 2019.
So let's just go back a bit. So why busking for you? How did it start? And why did you choose it?
I started off playing the guitar around 2018 again. So my friend taught me how to play the guitar. He's a very good friend of mine. So he was being taught in church and he'll come back home to teach me how to play the guitar. So that's how I learned how to play the guitar.
So you didn't go officially or anything?
I didn't go for any class or anything.
You played, like my friend would say, you play by hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
So he was learning from his church and he would come back home and teach me with his own guitar. So from there, I was learning the guitar, and before then I could sing. Yeah, I sing in churches, fellowships, and stuff like that. Yeah. So after that, I saw someone doing busking in Nigeria, actually. Yeah,
okay.
In this part of the world, but he does not do it any longer. Yeah. So I saw someone doing busking at that particular time while I was learning the guitar. So I was like,
where was this and when?
This was around 2019, so I guess the beginning of 2019. Yeah, so I saw him doing the busking and I told myself, no be the same guitar where I play with this. So I saw him doing it and his heart was down in a mall in Souq. Yeah, so I told myself that I'm going to up on my guitar skills and up on my singing skills too, and I'm going to do this same thing at this same place, maybe during December, because I know normally December people are always out in the mall. So I told myself I was going to do the same thing here, and I made it happen.
So that was it. Like you saw one guy at the mall in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Did you have a conversation with
this
person? What's his name?
His name is Alex. Alex C. We still talk sometimes.
So why did he tell you why he got off?
No,
he just
he still do music, just he does other businesses and stuff like that. And normally busking is not easy. So anyone that might just give up on the craft, give up on busking, not on music, maybe to chase other things, it's not a bad idea.
So are you going to give up on busking?
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Obviously, no one does anything forever. Yeah. But so how, so you saw Alexi and you said, this is what I wanted to do. So at the time, did you see the prospect of making a living from it?
No, not really.
So it was the passion from the guitar playing, or was it the passion from that boldness? You seen the guy just go crazy with his art?
That boldness no fully come. Come like immediately.
You learn that on the job.
Yes, it took a while. Yeah, that boldness no fully come. But I just told myself that this person is doing this thing, I could also do the same thing. Yeah, and over the years gone, I've even done more than he has done. Yeah, because the way I've pushed mine, he's my boss, so I respect him up to date. But the way I've pushed my own busking,
obviously that's why you're here today.
Yeah, that's why.
On Inside Life. So now, 2019, you saw Alexi, you're like, I can do this. So how has it been from then till now? Because I know that I've seen you do your stuff from malls to street corners.
Yeah.
From the island to the. Have you done any busking outside of Lagos?
No.
So I've seen you go, because I like to say your stage is different, right?
Yeah.
I've seen you. So what are the places you have done your performed, and what's the experience like?
I've performed at different places. There are some places I just even performed there only once. And after once, I did not go there
back there
for a very long time. But I've tried out different places on the streets. As far as it's in Lagos, I'll try my best to make sure I get to that place. On the island, at malls.
So how often have you done? So I'll say the mall in Lekki, the mall in Souq, the mall at Novare, around Shongotedo, the mall in Ikeja, the mall in Maryland.
Yeah.
So what are the experiences like from each of these malls? And where do you frequent and why?
Okay, currently where I frequently play at is Tejo Show Yaba.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
okay,
Tejo Show Yaba
with the people.
Yes. Yeah. Or Balinde currently. And some places on the mainland. Yeah. I do Oshodi too sometimes. Yeah. I do Sulere too. Sometimes I also go to the island. Yeah. Most times if I go to the island. Yeah.
Why did you add most times?
Because there's no I can't really say it.
Come on, Flame, I know why. Okay. You won't say why, but I'll tell them why.
Yeah.
So how much is the most you have made from basking at any of the malls? Tell us the truth though.
Any of the malls. Let's say, should I disclose this? I make money.
I know it's private information, but if you would speculate, that's fine. But because I want to be able to see more people, go basking.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel that information it's privileged information as well as information that people, need to know.
Yeah.
You might not be specific with the numbers.
Yeah.
But we want people to.
So, busking on the streets, yeah, I can't say for you though. It's depending on your craft, but I could say you could roughly make from 10K to any amount, maybe 500, 200, 300.
I like that margin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it can be good today, and tomorrow is going to be bloody.
I know, because I've seen some basking and I'm like, dude, you guys help this guy, do something.
Yeah.
So which of the malls have you performed more frequently at, and why choose those particular malls to go back to?
The malls I perform, the malls I can say I really perform currently, frequently, is the Palms Mall. I do there most times.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's the only mall, and Novari Lekki Mall. But it's been a while I went to Novari Lekki Mall, but I do Palms Mall frequently. For now.
Why? Is it because of the
because
money?
No, not because of the money. Because they appreciate why I do.
That's where I was going to with that.
They appreciate, and they always welcoming me.
So how do you know that they appreciate you?
Because anytime I speak to them,
because it's the money.
Currently,
you are staying away from the money.
No, not because currently, for Palms Mall, most of their workers in the management, once they have their birthdays, I'm the one they do call for their birthday surprise.
Oh, beautiful.
So they welcome me to that point, where we are now family. Anything that's happening, okay, we want you to come play for this person. I'm always the first person they call.
So do you play any other instrument?
I play the keyboard, I play the drums, but
any wind instrument?
No.
Because when you say come and play on for their birthdays, what came to mind is that whole banana.
Sometimes they ask me to come with a saxophonist too, so I just
you just come.
And we do it together.
So have you been to Ikeja Mall?
Yeah, I've been to.
Because they say arguably that's the biggest mall in Lagos.
I've been to Ikeja Mall, but I don't play inside. Yeah.
Okay, how do you mean?
I play outside.
At the parking lot?
Not at the parking.
Outside the compound?
Outside the compound.
How? There's no conducive place? Because I know there's a road in front.
That road's
on the side.
That road's in front, the small gates.
Yes, that's people can drive in from.
No, that people walk in from.
Facing the double lane. There's a slight that you just come in, that you go to the end and drive in.
Yes.
But how does that work? Why can't you play in the mall?
I can't play in the mall because I've sent letters to them like thrice, and I've been.
Oh, you have to do that?
Yes, I have to do that.
And you have done that?
I've done that 3 times to Ikeja City Mall.
So who do you? Ikeja City Mall. Let us breathe. So who do you give these letters to? Because you have to be sure that they're being delivered.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing.
I guess that's not in my power. My own job is to go present the letter. Yeah, and
it's
I get
your power to give it. If you come, for instance, you come here and downstairs, you walk across the road and give someone a letter.
I go to the central management office.
Okay.
And I present the letter to the secretary I find that seat at that particular moment. Yet sometimes if I go now, the person I'll meet there when
someone
I do
else.
the ceremony, it's someone else. Yeah. But what I know is I've sent my letter to them 3 times. 3 times.
So this is the same thing you've done.
I got 3 no's.
They've been responding to you and they said no.
No.
Is there a reason why?
They said it's not done in the mall, that they can't do such a thing.
Did you tell them about other malls where you perform at?
Of course. They said if I could do it there does not mean I could do it here.
Ah, I see. Okay, I thought you didn't get any response. I was going to tell them that they should do something about that.
Yeah.
So, street corners.
Yes, sir.
Streets. You mentioned Oshodi. Where else have you?
Street corners, Oshodi, Obali.
Do you choose, like popular bus stops with human traffic, or do you just, as you're led, you just stop somewhere and you start to play?
No. I don't. It's not as I'm led. I'm strategic about it.
Right?
Yeah.
So, if you get to a place, just like Lagos is Lagos, right? Do you need to inform certain people that you are going to be performing? For instance, if you come to my neighborhood, there are certain people you gotta see, and say, Baba, we have come, what to do?
No, if I notice that some guys around here, like the area boys and stuff like that, I don't really even speak to the area boys. I go to their boss. And I speak to them.
Obviously.
And I speak to him. As soon as almost time go, I don't speak. I just start doing my thing. I know they will come around. So when they come around, I'll say, who I want to know your boss. So as soon as I speak to your boss,
it's an okay thing. Yeah. Awesome. You start doing your thing. So you said 2019.
Yes, sir.
So prior to 2019, you never held a guitar?
No, I said I was learning the guitar around our year time. Yeah. I've been learning the guitar with my friend. Yeah, and there's a particular, when I even started learning, I did not have my own. So I was learning with his. So from time to time, I got a smaller guitar.
Was it every day?
Yeah.
Was it every day you were learning?
No, not every day.
But
I just wanted it. I loved it. Yeah, I wanted to learn the guitar, and I just liked the instruments. So even sometimes when I was not opportune with the guitar, my mind was still there. Yeah, my mind was still there. And
don't mind me that I cut you short. I wanted to, because I'm a novice myself. I have a guitar at home, so it's like a decorative piece, right? So as you began to play, I thought about what you had said about 2019, and I'm like, prior to that you hadn't played, and you played by ear and someone teaching you. So it's giving me goosebumps and ginger to go home and do something about mine before it starts to collect cobwebs. And so please, show us what Combo Flames does.
Happy no fair to me. Say I never call you through it. But I hope that you are well. I hope you're my better. Every day I dey pray for you. Make me Papa God bless you. See I don't forget you. Say I go forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest up on me. No, I got you. Now me be your friend in the money don't show that. I don't keep some for you. No go so far. Cause anything I do now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you down for another. I did for you, my friend.
I wish I had a studio audience. I love it, and I have to play this instrument. I'm sorry. I because something stood out for me. You talked about you wanting to do it.
Yeah.
There's nothing beats passion. Nothing beats passion. I hope I am passionate enough to drive this and want to do it.
So okay, I would like to say something. Like it's not about the money, for real. It's not about the money because
you just took the words from my mouth. I was going to go there again.
I've seen my growth over the years. The first day, the day I got my first guitar, which was the smaller one, yeah. While I was going home, someone in the bus paid for my transport because he just saw me. I got a new guitar and he was talking to me. I was like, "You just got a new guitar?" I said, "Yes." Yeah. Then he paid for my transport and he told me, hopefully one day I'm going to pay to see you at a bigger show. And at that particular point, I did not know what he was talking about. I was like,
I just want to learn.
Because he wants to see it. I just want to learn this thing. You want to see me at a bigger show. But you know, I don't know who that person is. If I see him by the roadside, I won't be able to recall. But he said something and everything. Now it's beginning to make sense to me that it's moving from a hobby to a career this time. And that's just it.
That's amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So, from when you started to play to now, how long have you played in the streets and the mall? Like, how long has that been?
Most times when I get jobs, due to the fact that we don't have any reason.
Now, do you get called?
Yeah,
to events and stuff?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
To bars, restaurants too. So most times when I get jobs like that, maybe I'm playing in a particular mall this time, I'm playing in a particular restaurant this time, and in as much as the place might be paying me, due to the fact that we don't have any written agreement, I just know that I'm not going to be here for too long. I've never even played at a place for a year stretch or a 6 month stretch.
You're a traveling man.
Yeah, so I move as soon as this one just next
one.
You get. So most time the only deal I've gotten that stayed very long was the Landmark deal. Yeah, and I still play a Landmark
at the beach.
Yes, I still play a Landmark.
So can someone do busking as a full-time job?
Of course.
Speak on it for a little bit.
So a person can decide to brand himself as a busker, not even as a recording artist, but as a full-time busker. In the sense whereby you have different locations that you play. It's just about planning different locations that you play in every day. But you just have to understand the craft you get. You don't have to do the same thing. You have to add ginger. You have to add different things to what you're doing. You have to make it interesting so that if I see you today and I'm seeing you maybe next 2 weeks, I should be willing to see you again. So it takes a lot of work. So that it does not get
you have to
boring.
Keep upping your game.
Yes, it does not get boring over.
It's actually it's similar to listening to an artist sing, and also going to their page to listen to their music. So when you aspire to see them on stage, you don't want to hear what you're hearing on the streaming platforms. You want to see him do the song differently, which is why I understand what you're saying there. Okay. So it can be a full-time career.
Yeah, of course.
That's strange. The only place I've seen this is overseas.
I watched a video on YouTube. Because most times I get my ideas of the busking craft. Most people that do videos that inspire me are
any kind of video.
People
that sing.
That does busking abroad.
Okay.
They are the white people.
Okay.
So I saw a guy that made a video that he quit his banking job to come do busking on the streets.
That's why I felt it was strange when I
so
saw
for him to do that means it could be a job. It's also his own job too, doing it at different locations and different.
But many times, I know people that are I know creatives are crazy people.
Yeah.
Passionate people are crazy people.
Yeah.
Right. So many times when he says, "Okay, I'm leaving a bank job to go busk," right? He's not looking at the money. He's looking at the satisfaction, the fulfillment. Now, tell me about what that is for you.
Okay, me, while playing on the streets, most times while I'm playing too, while I'm performing, I must enjoy what I'm doing. So if my setup is not giving me what I want, I just have to make sure that I'm getting that sound that I want from my guitar or from my mic or something. So my setup and what I'm doing I must actually enjoy it. So if I'm enjoying it, what I'm doing at that particular moment, I don't even care what anybody is putting in my basket. I'm alright.
But there is a basket.
Yeah.
Well, you see, what I pick from that is when you're enjoying it, it radiates. People can tap in.
Yes.
I've seen someone I was sharing earlier. I've seen someone that was, busking, and his heart was just there, eyes closed. He was just playing away, And this lady came. She looked at him. She got out her phone. She recorded for a while, and next thing, she obviously didn't have cash to give.
Yeah.
Next thing, she walks up to him behind him and just gives him a hug. Gives him a tight hug and just walks away. And for someone like that, that's all the fulfillment for that day he's good.
Exactly.
You
And
know,
he might as well just help that woman. Maybe it's a motivational song he was singing or a prayer
both
song.
ways.
You get
True.
it?
True.
He has just done something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Thank you for being on the show.
Thanks.
Hope to have you again.
Thanks.
Right. Keep doing what you're doing, because one of the things that we commend people on the show about, and I do personally as well, is when I see people that are bent on their passion, people that are driven, people that don't need motivation. Of course, we all need motivation. Many times it doesn't come from outside, it comes from within.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you just wake up and you just don't want to do that thing. You don't want to do anything. But that little voice comes and tells you, look, dude, this is you.
Yeah.
And people are waiting to see you manifest, you know. So I must commend you. We love your music. Yes, by the way, you have your own music.
Yeah, I write my songs. Yeah, I'm working on them, but currently.
But you just write because busking will not give you time.
No, busking. Of course, I don't do busking.
What have you recorded?
Yeah, I do.
You have recorded.
I do, but it's not out currently.
Do you want to play us something you did?
Of course.
Let's hear something you did.
Okay, this song is titled Miracle. You never tell me start to the fight. I no go lie, miracle fine. She fair, she slim, she no too tall. For real, she's what the high. 8 a.m. she go chat me good morning. And I don't dey feel something for her. She don't dey feel something for me. So many girls on my phone, but are you the boss man? Been through so much pain, please don't add to my soul. Yeah. Oh, baby, you're the one for me. Baby, you're my miracle. You're my miracle. I feel to swim on the ocean for you. I feel to climb on the mountain for you. I feel to catch a grenade bell for you. I feel to pile up a beauty for you. Oh baby, you're the one for me. Oh baby, you're my miracle.
Daniel Ahanji.
Yes, sir.
Popularly known as
Komi
Flames. Thank you so much for being on Inside Life. Thanks. Thank you for sharing your inside life with us. Hope to see you again same time.
Yes.
Again.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, well, still Inside Life. You heard from Komi Flames. Check him out on social media. He's Komi Flames across board. Check out his music. He's gone, like I said earlier, his stage is a different kind, you know, from street corners to malls, and he sings, and he touches people's hearts. And if you feel touched, you support him. But the important thing is the fulfillment that is gotten from the arts called basking. Same time next week. See you. It's Inside Live. My name is Hanson Ba. Bye for now.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him, and I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder officially, because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Côte d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997, because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fail, who never fail, forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never fail. Jesus never fail. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanu Nwankwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors. And not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patriot par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years, they could no longer do it. Then for 1 year, MTN did it, they could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us. And some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambode. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, Goodluck Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people were up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we are supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the president general is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the president general worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8, 9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious, and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly, and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it, now it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouze. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Ahmadu. qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these two coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as a twin deal. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, the Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to both the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future. And of course, becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football. Yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this: if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no kind of ease or no house of his or her own has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 billion, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the third place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's why we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports. They give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match. In Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a leveler, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key. Not just the taking part in competitions, Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness from, of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos.
You can just cross it. You just cross one way. Yes, send it to both.
At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, You know, when we talked the other time, and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that place. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers and sisters who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Because now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it. And then everybody can live a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of Souq News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
Mrs. Patience Chima noted that a lot of children were becoming stunted and wasted, with them coming down with a lot of diseases because they did not eat well. She remarked that the cost of foods that supply average amounts of protein nutrients required for a healthy life, such as fish, had surged drastically, trapping millions of children and pregnant mothers in the web of malnutrition. 55% of Nigeria's public spending on food security and nutrition went into food consumption and health between 2018 and 2021, according to a new report on state food security in the world. Nigeria spent 45% of its food expenditure on tackling the major drivers of food insecurity and malnutrition within the same period, but the effort had little influence on access to nutrition such as fish. The global assessment was in collaboration between the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO of the United Nations and the International Food for Agricultural Development, the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, the World Food Programme, and the World Health Organization. The creation of a breeding population of genetically improved farmed tilapia fish to boost fish yield without compromising the nutrition quality was one of the interventions that the federal government implemented last year under a 5-year agricultural technology and innovation policy launched in 2022. The initiative saw high-yielding tilapia distributed to hatcheries and farmers in an attempt to diversify local aquaculture from catfish, which accounted for local fish farming. According to the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, this strain of tilapia originated from Nile tilapia, which has faced multiple generations of selective breeding, making it fast-growing, adaptable to a wide range of conditions, including cheaper feed requirements. It also provides many of the same nutritional value, such as zinc, iron, vitamin A, calcium, and protein as other fishes. In 2022, World Fish teamed up with others for a hatchery and fish farm in Ogun State to ship 60,000 tilapia pieces of fish from Malaysia to Nigeria, where they entered a mandatory months-long guaranteed period. By 2021, the altered fishes were used to produce a tilapia breeding population, with the resulting offspring supplied to farmers and hatcheries to establish their own production. The initiative went on to train about 200 farmers using the curriculum of tilapia breeding, nurturing, and grow-out farming. Bayo Olaoye, Souq News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders.
Beautiful day to talk sports. It's the last work day of the week, and yours truly, TC Barra, Top Cat, will be giving you everything that has to do with the world of sports. Maybe not everything, but I try to do a 360 degrees. So, welcome to Inside Sports. Sports fans, enthusiasts, and pundits, glad to have you join me on the show today as I take a look at what's happening in the world of sports. Well, I'll start off by letting you know that I do have someone right here with me. He is none other than Big Babs.
It's a pleasure.
Big Babs. So it's from one generation to another. Yes, indeed. Big Babs is the man I'm going to be doing this with. And we'll take a look at the Nigerian Premier Football League. Of course, it's something you have covered for years. And then we'll work our way, into the rest of the show. So we'll start off with the MPFL, but let's take a momentary detour. When we come back, full throttle, no stopping, all the way inside the show right here. Well, let's start off with the MPFL, like I mentioned to you, taking a look at the fact that the MPFL is resuming for the second stanza tomorrow, the 25th of January. We've talked about this, on this platform countless times. There's been postponement, and surprisingly, there's a new sheriff in town, and that is Ogumodede, who is leading Remo Stars, a private outfit. Without iota of doubt, a private outfit that are holding the MPFL sway.
Thank you for this opportunity, TC. Remo Stars is leading the table with 38 points, followed by Rivers United, and the surprise team there is Shooting Stars with 33 points. I'm impressed by what has happened so far. We have played 19 matches, with the exception of Enyimba, and I think
Enyimba played that rescheduled match with.
But they still have an outstanding match, and I think that's against maybe Kwara United.
Yeah.
But overall, I think the league is improving. We have less of crowd invasion. We have less of misdemeanor by players.
Yeah.
The pitches are getting better. And the referees, the standard of refereeing is also commendable. So I think so far, so good.
All right, so let's take a look at the league again. We had that table on the screen for a while. Remo Stars, like Big Bob says, are leading the pack with 36 points from 19 games. They've been consistent, 19 matches, and boasting a solid defense. And just behind them is Rivers United. It's a close battle at the top. And both teams will be looking to hold their grounds as they climb higher. Shooting Stars are in third position, and they had this slow start. Yeah, they won 5 out of their first 14 games, but they turned things around and won the last 5 games that they played, and might even be giving Remo Stars a run for their money. At the bottom of the table is a Nasarawa United, dubbed the Solid Miners, with 16 points from 19 games. Their way has been quite disastrous. They lost 7 straight matches. But then there's a glimmer of hope. They're getting talented players into the team. They were in the city of Jos for a week, ahead of the commencement of the second stanza. And at that camp, they faced some teams, some first-grade friendly matches they played. Mighty Jets, International, Wiki Tories, Waranje FC, and also, that of the Bauchi team.
But look at Enyimba. Enyimba is 8th in the league, and I'm surprised that they have not buckled up.
Well, Enyimba also went on to face Kano Pillars in a rescheduled match. They faced Kano Pillars in a rescheduled match, and in that game we saw Enyimba losing by 2-0. If you see the highlights of that game, Ahmed Musa was in action. He was in action, and Super Eagles International. He has not retired from international, football. He was in action, as well as Brown Ideye, the defending champions, who were showing signs of recovery. They hadn't lost in their last 8 matches. Their defense has been rock solid. But then the same as Sugida side defeated them in the Zobai Classic, which was decided at the Sani Abacha Stadium. We had a brace from Abba Adam in each half, to give Kano Pillars the win. And that encounter was characterized by Samuel Ahmed Musa's brilliance. If you watch that brilliance move there, Baba, on the screen.
TC, for me, so far, the outstanding players have been Ahmed Musa of Kano Pillars, Basi Akman, Daniel Daga, and Anas Yusuf. The positive and the pessimistic approach now is that foreign players are now coming into the league.
Yes.
And that is what we should encourage. Ideye is now with Enyimba.
Yes.
And here we are going to have more
Well,
foreign stars coming in.
some persons believe that the MPFL, they can contribute to the MPFL in some other way other than playing. Somebody like Kenneth Omero, he said he has his eyes on scouting rather than playing. But then Ahmed Musa still very much active. Brownie Day, and some of the internationals are occupying coaching position. Affinity George is in charge of Rivers United, who are doing well. Daniel Amokachi is in charge of Nasarawa United. You have Emmanuel Amunike at Heartland. The list goes on.
But if you look at Sunshine Stars, 16th, they started well, and all of a sudden they just went to sleep.
Well, let's take a look at the second half of the league. It promises excitement. Apart from Remo Stars with their solid form, favorites to remain on top, Rivers United have just 2 points behind them. Shooting Stars, you talked about, they've got good attacking moves, and if they improve,
Rangers.
they might be unstoppable. The Rangers are facing Niger Tornadoes. They are also
You have El Kanemi coming up.
as well. So some teams to look out for, we've mentioned, and it just tells you how exciting the league has become. And it's something worthy of note. What has changed? I want to put you on the spot now, Big Babs. From the era when you followed this league actively and to what it's now, what would you say has improved tremendously?
Since this league started in 1972, I have noticed some changes, some positive changes, and they're encouraging. The pitches are better.
Okay. What about the coverage?
That's the point. The TV rights has not been properly worked out by the marketing department of the Premier League. I think we should have more television stations showing our leagues.
Exactly.
That is not happening. The standard of refereeing too has improved, and we don't have
the must win at home syndrome.
And then we are looking at coaches. Ogumodede has made his mark. Some other coaches have made their mark. I think we need to. The National Institute of Sports need to bring out more coaches, more football coaches.
So coach qualification, training and exercise.
Development.
Okay.
Our coaches need to travel. They need to know what is happening, the latest trends in footballing, and training schedule, diet, and all that.
Yeah.
So we have to
I
consider.
think that's the point. That's the point.
And of course, TC crowd. The crowd is
yes, this is something that was witnessed. If we could look at that clip again, talking about the Kano Pillars Eimba match at the Sani Abacha Stadium. Big Babs, take a look at the crowd at the stadium. It reminds me of the game between Eimba and Enugu Rangers. Can we have consistency in the number of spectators, crowds selling out, just like what we are seeing on the screen between Eimba and Kano Pillars? One would say it's a Zubai classic, and of course, it's the kind of game where you'd see this kind of crowd turn out, no doubt. But it speaks to the fact that we can actually create interest. We can actually, build interest on the followership of the Nigerian Premier Football League.
We improve on security. Sometimes you go to football matches and you see 10, 15 policemen.
Yeah.
To man a football match, I mean that is untenable.
But then, do we even have policemen in the developed league? I think what they have there are stewards, not policemen. They have more stewards. When you take a look at them, they have more stewards than police or armed men. So I think it also goes to the way, the league is, the system, the ticketing system and all that system put in place. In developed countries, you buy a ticket for a game. That ticket takes you to a particular seat. The seats are labeled. They are properly numbered. There are times where this Sani Abacha Stadium where Eimba and Kano Pillars play, you'd have people hanging onto the floodlights to watch a game. People watching from other buildings close to the stadium, right? So the ticketing system, if you exceed your threshold, you stop selling the tickets. That's a point to it.
That's why sponsors running away from.
It's already the marketing department.
investing in basketball. What should we do about sponsorship? Is that the marketing department is not working, or we need to change the face of football in Nigeria? And I think people like Diko, now that's
Director of the Sports Commission. He talked about
youth sports.
He talked about the Olympic Games ahead of the Los Angeles Olympic Games. Talked about the fact that sport can contribute to the GDP of the nation. And running into millions of dollars. Anyway, the NPFL is back. Yes, 25th of January. After that rescheduled game between Kano Pillars and Enyimba International. Abia Warriors are saying they're ready for Bayelsa United. The centre-back Collins Nwaburoke revealed that they are battle ready for Bayelsa United. The game is going to happen at the Bayelsa United Township Stadium, and it's going to be an epic showdown as that happens on the 25th day of January 2025. The defense marshal, talking about Collins, who started 19 games the first round of the season, also promised to give his utmost expectations for Warriors, as the expectations are high. Now, Abia Warriors seem to be dubbed Umuchineke. I prefer to still call them the pride of Abia, the pride of Umuahia, have not, been able to make the kind of impact considering the investment the current governor has put into them. But then there is been a change of guard. A new manager was brought into the fold, and we've seen some form of improvement in the team and their performance, and we're hoping, that such investment would yield. We're also going to listen to Collins Nwaburoke talk about his expectations of that particular match, speaking with the media officer there, Igwe.
We are very prepared because we went there to get 3 points, and I know they will come here to come and get 1 pound of flesh, but it's not going to be an easy one because we are all ready for the Bayelsa United. And I think this second round I'll give them more because I'm not under any pressure. And now I have to give my best. Even if I give 50% in the first round, I have to top it again to another 50 because I know what they're expecting from Collins Nwaburoke. So it's going to be an all-out second round for me. We should come all out on Saturday to support the Warriors because I know they're not going to go back home disappointed. And we know our aim in this season. So they should come out and we're going to put joy on their faces.
Well, they'll be taking on Bayelsa United. So very quickly, let's have the fixtures for the weekend in the NPFL back on the screen. Like I mentioned, Big Babs, Abia Warriors taking on Bayelsa United. Ikorodu City are away to Sunshine Stars, and that's for 4 p.m. on Saturday. Nasarawa United, Katsina, Kwara United against Shooting Stars has been postponed, right? And Rangers taking on Niger Tornadoes. Kano Pillars will play El Kanemi on Sunday, but that game has also been postponed. I believe it's because of the Enyimba Kano Pillars rescheduled game. And so Heartland will welcome Lobby Stars at the Dananyam Stadium on Sunday. You wanted to say something about the fixtures?
Yes, our Ikorodu City.
Yes,
I don't know
indeed.
what happened to them.
Well, they've got a new coach. Well, the assistant coach was given the reins, but then we saw Ikorodu resurge, come into contention, owing to the change in guard for management, and that improvement has spurred fans, pundits, and followers to feel that there's something possible. There's a possibility that something can come out of this team. Mind you, Ikorodu United seems to be one of the most packaged teams in the league at the moment, boasting of great sponsorship and followership. And playing at the the MJ Arena, as it's called now, the Mobility Johnson Arena. They've got a great pitch. They've got great crowd support. Even private investors, coming, and a young administration, or rather, a young management. It's made up of very young persons. The directors in Ikorodu City United are young folks, and they're just bringing in their great zest and all that it's obtainable and now into the management of the team.
Then we still come back, TC, to this fundamental issue. Should government own football clubs?
Well, just a few are still running their football clubs. And I feel, the fact that the Lagos state government pulled out of, owning a football club may have given rise to what we have today. right? You have a Sporting Lagos. You also have Inter Lagos. Those teams are in the NNL, and then Ikorodu City in the MPFL. Ikorodu City qualified from the NNL, right, to the MPFL, while Sporting Lagos got demoted to the NNL. So we've also had private teams not being able to do politic and remain in the league. You know, it's a crazy situation. If you're not able to sustain the tempo, you might just fall out of the Premier Football League. And so that's what Lagos teams have experienced in the last couple of years. Remember, we also had an MFM.
Yes.
MFM were doing really well. At that time, they were led by the current coach of Enugu Rangers, Fidelis Ilechukwu. And at that time, you see the impact. They were going away, and I don't know, so if it was the exit of Fidelis Ilechukwu that made them lose the esteem they had gathered, but then it was a sight to behold that whenever MFM team was playing, you see the church members in a corner, and they are praying, and they are shouting, and all of that. It gave a side to football that we love to talk about. But MFM has left the scene. And so if we come closer, it just talks about the fact that yes, private, public, or whoever is managing the team, there has to be a level of consistency. And this boils down to sponsorship, funds. Remo Stars have continued to remain consistent in the last ever since they gained promotion to the MPFL. What we've seen them do is improve with every season, and now they are in contention. I would not be surprised that if they win the league, they might become, the yardstick or be the ones. If Fidelis doesn't make mince words about it, it feels as though players at Remo Stars and the team have been given everything that they require to continue to hold everyone at ransom. Going away to win, winning at home, and having a liturgy of players who would wrestle from as much as you have the experience, and they are willing to wrestle you to a stop. And I give kudos to the management for making that possible, honestly.
As we go to the second
stanza
of the league, I'm looking at Shooting Stars and probably Enugu Rangers pulling some surprises.
Well, that is if Remo Stars gets to sleep. 2 points between Remo and Rivers United. They're all, have played the same number of games. But then the point here is, this team has to slip up. There has to be a slip up for you to overtake. So while you're trying to maintain the level of performance, a high level of performance, then you would also be hoping some stroke of luck or faith that there will be a slip up so that you can overtake. But it also says to how early you woke up. So this team have remained consistent in the last 19 matches that they've played, and then we're switching over to the next.
And on a personal note, do you think Ahmed Musa has brought something to the table for Kano Pillars?
Well, I would say yes. A lot. Attention, publicity, and all of that. Feels like Big Babs has turned the table around, but it's a great feeling to know that I've got him on set. He's a major follower and lover of Nigerian football. Let's take a look at the Nigerian National League, where the most important league has rejected Calabar Rovers' petition, which requested the awarding of 3 points and 3 goals following their matchday 5 encounter against Abakaliki FC. Rovers claimed that the Abakaliki-based outfit fielded an unregistered player, Johnson Ume. However, the NNL concluded that the allegation could not be substantiated with sufficient evidence. And it was revealed that Ume did not participate in the match. His name was absent from the NNL's registration portal. The league imposed a fine of 500,000 naira on Abakaliki FC for improper interference by their chairman and officials in the technical area during the game. Another 500,000 naira fine was levied for allowing unauthorized individuals wear the team's official jersey and enter the technical area. So both Rovers FC and Abakaliki have 48 hours from notice to appeal the fines which have been given to them. From the local scene, let's get to the continent. The draw ceremony for the 35th African Cup of Nations finals will take place at the Mohammed 5 National Theatre in Rabat, Casablanca on Monday evening. 3-time African champions Nigeria have been placed in Portwan, alongside 7-time winners Egypt, 3-time champions and cup holders Cote d'Ivoire, 2 times winner Algeria, host and 1976 champions Morocco, and 2021 winners Senegal. All right, we'll take a moment, and when we return, I'll give you the details of that, and we'll cross the ocean right now.
Nigeria. Predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board (CMB) was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment in addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for Souq News.
2008 and were eliminated in the second round in 2021. Only in their debut in 1963 and as cup holders in 1982 have the Eagles failed to proceed beyond the tournament group phase. So that's a bit of statistics, you know, for the African Cup of Nations, which the draws will be held on Monday. And of course, we are eliminating all the big foes. You know how it is. It's good to avoid them and see if we can, you know, start off and build on what we have now. A great team is what Eric Chelle has got, and we're hoping that he makes do with the talent, abundance of talent in the Super Eagles at the moment. Still talking about talent, world record holder in the women's 100 meters hurdle, Toby Amuson, will start her 2025 season at the Queen's Grace Jackson meet in Kingston, Jamaica tomorrow. She's going to compete in the 60 meters event at the meet. She will face off against Jamaican athlete Grace Jackson, marking the first time the two will race in the same event. This will be her official race since 2024 Paris Olympics, and the same also goes for Jackson, who withdrew from the games last year. But we need to I need to let you know that the meet is not the World Athletics certified meeting, and it will not count towards qualification for the 2025 World Championships, which will be held, by the way, in Tokyo, Japan from September 13th until the 21st of September. And so from there, we'll cross over to Europe, where Merseyside Giants Liverpool will resume their Premier League title charge at 4 p.m. on Saturday as match day 23 gets underway, taking center stage across England this weekend. The biggest Premier League game this weekend will feature reigning champions Manchester City, who have not been they've not been predictable, yeah? And of course, London-based side Chelsea. Ahead of the match day, Arsenal, the Gunners player, talking about Paul Mercy, this year his predictions, should I tell you what he thinks? Anyway, Mercy suggests that with 16 games remaining, the title race is shaping up to be an exciting challenge for Liverpool, yes. So looking at the fixtures, which is on your screen, Brighton will play host to Everton, Liverpool and Ipswich Town, straight tackle. Southampton against Newcastle, Arsenal away to Wolves, Bournemouth versus Nottingham Forest, and Chelsea, Manchester City. All the other games apart from Manchester City and Chelsea at 4 p.m. Manchester City, Chelsea is later on in the evening. Yes, indeed. All right, so on Sunday, Leicester City at the so they're away to Tottenham Hotspur, yes indeed, in London, while Crystal Palace will play host to Brentford, West Ham United and Aston Villa, while Manchester United will travel to take on Fulham. That completes the fixtures. I wonder what you make out of it, but Manchester United were were in action in the Europa League. May not want to talk about how that did play out, but then we've seen teams play in, week out, with just a few days of momentary respite for the players before going into the next game. We don't have much time, so I'll rush off to the La Liga, where Atletico Madrid and Villarreal CF will face off this Saturday on the 25th of January as the La Liga Match Day 21 fixture gets underway. The Los Cochoneros are looking to get back in winning ways in order to remain in the title. The Los Amarillos are fighting to qualify for European competition and Champions League sport, which is currently occupied by Athletic Club, still within their sides. So both clubs have held a good start to the season and want to keep up their strong form. This game arrives at an important stage as Atletico Madrid's winning streak has just been halted at 15 in a row. Los Cochoneros had many chances in a game where they won CD Leganes by a lone goal in front of goal, but then were not very clinical. So taking a look at the fixtures, Real Betis away to Mallorca, and Villarreal playing Atletico Madrid, Sevilla playing host to Espanyol, Real Valladolid and Real Madrid. Late kickoff there on Saturday. Real Vallecano against Girona, Real Sociedad play host to Getafe, Athletic Club and Leganés face each other on Sunday, and Barcelona waiting for Valencia at 8. those are some of the mass fixtures in the Serie A and the La Liga. To the Serie A, quickly, Atlanta will be looking to build upon a midweek win when they travel to Como. The visitors got back to winning ways in the Champions League. It was a 5-0 thrashing against Tom Graz. And then they run of 5 games without a win, series of draws and 2 losses. It was a tough match. With the fixture list now looking kinder, Atlanta have the chance to reduce the gap on the leaders, Napoli, which has stretched to 7 points. So the big game of the weekend seeing Serie A tabletoppers Napoli host Juventus. Of course, Napoli enjoyed a huge victory last week when they won 3-2 at Atlanta. It was their 6th consecutive victory, and once again, they have had a number of days to recover, while their rivals have been very busy with a very tiring European fixture. 4th place Lazio hosts a Fiorentina side. They're currently 6th. That game will be on Sunday night. After suffering a poor run of form, Lazio have won their last 2 games. They followed last weekend's 3-0 victory at Verona with a 3-1 home win against Real Sociedad in the Europa League on Thursday. Though it should be noted, that the Spanish side were reduced to 10 men in the 30-minute mark. So those fixtures are up on your screen. You're taking a look at that, and of course, we'll see AC Milan playing host to Parma on Sunday as well. So very interesting fixtures. I wonder where you'll be putting your money. But it's important, like I always tell you, to put your money where your mouth is. But then you can revel in the fixtures that has been put on display for your viewing pleasure. From there, we'll move on to some money signings and deals that has been cut across, that's been signed across board. We'll start off with the German national team. Julian Nagelsmann has signed an extension, and that will ensure that his role will continue even after the 2028 European Championship tournament. An announcement was made public by the German Football Association. It marked a significant milestone in Julian Nagelsmann's career. His contract was set to run until the conclusion of the 2026 World Cup, but that World Cup will jointly be hosted by United States, Mexico, and Canada, but the extension is reflecting the team's confidence, or the football body's confidence in his ability, talking about Nagelsmann's ability and vision for the team. He is 36 and became the 2nd youngest coach in Germany. His youthful energy and innovation, we've seen all of that come from him. That has sort of injected fresh enthusiasm into the squad and made him a popular figure, even in the locker room and among supporters of the Die Mannschaft team. From Germany to France, Rudi Garcia has been named the new head coach, of Belgium. The French international will be taking over Italian Domenico Tedesco, who parted ways with the team last week after a challenging tenure of nearly 2 years. Rudi brings a wealth of experience, having previously managed notable clubs such as Lille, Marseille, Lyon, and Roma. His most recent position is with Serie A club Napoli, where he was, at the helm of affairs, 16 games in 2023. And despite a solid performance in which he secured victories, the club decided to move in a different direction. And Garcia's most notable achievement can be traced back to his time at Lille. He guided the team to a Ligue 1 glory, earning the title of Manager of the Year in 2011. 14 years or thereabout. He will stay at Belgium, currently ranked 8th in the FIFA World Rankings, and then, they're preparing for the Nation League's playoff, which is going to be against Ukraine, coming up pretty soon in March. So we're looking forward to how he settles in, how he's able, to get into behind the steering and, manage Belgium, which seemed like a team that was looking up to, make world domination, but somehow it just feels like they're not just hitting it, there. Anyway, 8th FIFA World Rankings is no mean feat, and so he has a lot to do, big shoes to fill, and I'm sure challenges, to surmount to ensure that the Belgium national side continues to grow. From football to tennis, news coming in is that Novak Djokovic has retired mid-match, surprisingly and sensationally, in the Australian Open semi-final fixture against Alexander Zverev after losing the first set in a tie-break. Australian Open, is gradually coming to an end. We saw Novak being slammed and booed. The Serbia star succumbed to an injury that he has battled throughout the tournament. He was on track for a record of 11th Australian Open and 25 Grand Slam victories, but then walked immediately to the chair of the umpire to say that he could not go on after dropping the set in a tiebreaker after 1 hour and 21 minutes. And so in the other matchup, we saw Yannick Sinner face Alexander Zverev in the Australian Open final. Of course, the defending champions did see off Ben Shelton. It was straight sets at the Melbourne. World #1 Sinner recorded a 7-6, 7-2, 6-2, 6-2 victory over the American Shelton on Rad Lava Arena, and the stage where he claimed his first major major title, which was 12 months ago. So Zverev is still bidding for first major title. He lost his previous 2 finals, and now he's going to face a daunting task against an informed Sinner in the final, which will be holding on Sunday. US Open champion Sinner is the youngest man, by the records, to reach multiple Australian Open finals since Gene Correa, that was far back as 1993. And so the Italian has been near unbeatable in the past 12 months and will go into the final on a 20-match winning streak, having not lost any match since October the 2nd last year. With that tennis story, we wrap up on the show today. Thank you very much for joining me on Inside Sport. We may not have been able to bring you some of the other major leagues of the world, but that's because of want of time. Interestingly, you can follow conversations and news updates on our social media platform, Souq News TV, across board. And of course, we're counting down to the launch of the radio, the IR 104.9 FM. I might let you know that we're also open to receiving your feedback. We want to have your thoughts. We want this to be as engaging as possible, and so you could head over to any of the platforms on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Leave your thoughts. We'd love to read from you. The predictions were massive, so you never can tell. We might just be putting up another prediction content, or rather calling for predictions from you on our social media platform. So you have to turn on the notification icons. You have to be looking out for our posts and content so that you don't miss out on anything that we'll be giving out right here on Souq News Television. My name is TC Barra. Many thanks to Noble Kelvin, fine guy, I must add, and of course to everyone who has ensured that you can receive us crisp, loud, and clear. And on behalf of Big Babs, who had to step out mid-show, many thanks for watching. And until I come your way, have yourself a great weekend and keep winning.
That merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souq News.
Bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000-acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deep Water Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deep Waters Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deep Waters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, FAMFA Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company, and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and the University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony. and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick. And they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this. You're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like ashok and adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, I can remember the West African Women's